If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
Just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know.
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up by Brian Colin Albert. I mean, we're all in on the same joke, right? My taillight was cracked and John was pulverized.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
Good morning. We're day 13 in the Karen Reed murder retrial, waiting for court to start. Boomer and I have a scheme today to try to get the Karen cam in, so we'll see if that works when he is awake and ready to go. Keeping in mind that he's 3 hours behind us, so it is literally the crack of dawn for him right now. But how are we all doing? Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I hope Kevin is well as well. I haven't heard from him. Yesterday, he seemed more upbeat, though, so hopefully that carries on to today. I hope everybody else is well as well. We're going into right back into the cross-examination of Yuri Buchanan. It says tell him to it. Yeah, you're on the same time zone. Well, you know what? Not everybody gets up as early as you, Desert. So we're all praying for Kevin this morning, which is great. You know, I'm hoping that he is on the mend. Oh, we've got some people ahead of us who are in the afternoon right now. Footness says Proctor is not relevant any longer. Team approach, it doesn't fit the narrative. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a pretty important distinction to be made here about, you know, Trooper Proctor's derogatory comments towards Karen and, you know, the investigation that he was a part of, you know, and I think that, to be fair, you know, the lead investigator, they really want to lean in on that. Was he, though? Because it sounds like he pretty much had an administrative role as the case officer, right? So just sort of the coordination and the point of contact, not the person leading the investigation. And I think that, you know, case in point, Yuri Buchanan is with him the whole time that morning. And he's actually Michael Proctor's superior at the time. So who's really in charge? Turtle Slayer asks, is the Commonwealth going to call Proctor to testify? No one knows for sure. A lot of speculation. My feeling is no, because I don't think they really need him. I think he's, you know, kind of the weak spot in their case, unfortunately, because of those texts. And so if you let the defense call him, they're more limited in how they can question him. They can't call him up just to impeach him. You can't impeach your own witness. You know, he may be, you know, he may be declared an adverse witness, so they might be able to do a little bit of leading on him, but nothing like if they were to cross-examine him. So I think that it's probably the right tactical decision for the Commonwealth just to leave him out. They don't need him to bring evidence in, right? All the evidence is coming in without him, which is, you know, more of a strength to the, you know, the argument that he wasn't the quote-unquote lead investigator. The buck didn't stop with him, you know. All of this evidence was collected, handled, booked, all that through lots of people, not solely Michael Proctor. So I don't think he's necessary for their case in chief. And I would question whether or not the defense is even going to call him. We'll see. Countdown says ARCA submitted their info. I'm not surprised about that. I said that yesterday, that I would be shocked if they didn't get that report in. I don't believe that it wasn't ready when they said it wasn't ready. I think it was just an ambush ploy. So what do I think of Karen? Yeah, so Karen outside of court yesterday is now claiming that she absolutely did see him go into the house, which is obviously another progression in her story. She started out by telling the police that she dropped him off, but did not see him go into the house at all. Then, at one point in an interview, she said that she saw him get out of the car, go up the driveway, and approach the house, then looked down and he was gone. And then it progressed a little bit further and said that she saw him go to the front door and stick his head inside. And now she's just crossing that threshold and saying, yeah, I saw him go in the house. Obviously, she's lying. There's nothing to support this assertion that he went in the house. The data just isn't there. It shows that he didn't leave from where she left him near that flagpole. And she says that in an interview. Well, I found him in the general location of where I left him. So I think this is just Karen's desperation. She looked like crap yesterday when she was talking to the media too, just really worn down. This is not going well for the defense. And I understand on social media, there's this constant refrain of like, oh, every day's a win for the defense. But if you look at it objectively, that's simply not true. The points that they're trying to score, I think, are pretty weak, and they have probably a 50% connect rate on them. So it's not going great. And I think that's why she is escalating her lies outside the courtroom. I think the advantage, Will, of not calling Proctor for the defense would be to leave him as a specter, sort of like this figure, this shadowy figure. I think that there's a chance they'll call him. I'm not saying they won't call him, but they'll be limited if they do, because they can't call him just to impeach him. And, he could potentially humanize himself if they call him up. He's not as restrained anymore by his job with the Massachusetts State Police. He has been fired. And I think, again, if you kind of slipped that in yesterday to kind of clean it up a little bit and said, well, we work in teams in case something happens and they're not available to testify. And he specifically said, if unfortunately someone gets fired. So they've the Commonwealth has loaded in an explanation as to why he's not being called. And, the defense, again, they still could call him, but I think there's a certain amount of risk associated with that. So I don't think it's 100% guaranteed that they're going to call him, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Yeah, she does love to talk to the media. Why doesn't she take the stand? I don't think she will again, and that's because the media is not going to cross-examine her or even really ask her many tough questions at all. We go back to when John DePetro asked her about OJ outside of the court, and, one of the members of the media, the fellow members of the media, because he's a member of the media as well, turned to him and said, you don't ask Karen Reed questions like that, right? So, it's softball with the media. It's hardball if she gets on that stand and gets cross-examined by Hank Brennan. So I don't think she's going to do it. She just has too much to hide. She has too much to hide, and her story doesn't make a lot of sense. And if she were to get on that stand and have it challenged, it would absolutely fall apart very quickly because it defies logic, doesn't make sense, and all of her statements have been inconsistent. And to that point, she's made enough inconsistent statements that she's screwed no matter what. The only way that she could really rehabilitate herself with all these clips, I think, would be to take the stand, and that's a pretty big risk to take that I don't think she's going to take. Yeah, I mean, it's not just that she's unstable, Amy, although, certainly she appears to be unstable. It's that she's a liar, and she lies, and she can't keep her story straight. And so she's told several versions of the same story about that night, and that's absolutely going to impeach her if she were to take the stand. It's too many inconsistent stories, and none of her stories really reconcile with the data and the evidence, except for her story that she thought she could have clipped him, right? That seems to be the only story that really fits up to the evidence that she clipped him. Exactly. Yeah. Yesterday, she showed what a bad liar she is. She said she saw him go in the house, but she wouldn't answer any questions. They asked, well, can you tell us how? Where did he go? What was he doing? Nope, can't tell you that. I already told him that. And she said, I'm sure the Commonwealth will play that. And I'm sure that they will, because she's told three versions of that story. Right? The truth only has one version. I'm sure that everybody knows that, but just to reiterate, the truth only has one version. Doesn't mean that every time that you tell a story, you're going to recount it exactly the same. There might be some little ancillary details that get left out or put in. Different words may be used. Perhaps time frames tend to slip away. You know, we're not going to get a perfectly consistent to the minute story from a truthful person. There will be some variations, but the sting of it, right? The important details are always going to remain the same. And that's not what is happening for Karen Reed with her story about him supposedly going in that house. She's said that there's two different doors that he went into. She can't keep it straight with which door she's saying that he went into. She's changing her story about what she was doing. She is changing his behavior, whether he went up the driveway or in the front, poked his head in. She didn't see, too many changing stories there. So someone said, do you know how hard it is for someone to be fired as a trooper? Not that hard when the governor wants you out because of optics. Honestly, it's not that hard at that point. So, that was predetermined from the moment that this came out, because they don't want those optics. So, I mean, yes, it's difficult, but I mean, he wasn't charged with anything. Tyler, he wasn't charged with anything. So if he was engaged in corruption, if he was planting evidence, if he was framing people, that's criminal. He would be charged. And so he's been investigated ostensibly, because we don't know for sure, but I'm going to assume that his behavior and his role in the investigation was at least part of the federal investigation. So he's been investigated by the federal government, internal affairs for the Massachusetts State Police. He's been placed under a ton of public scrutiny, and he's never been charged with anything because he didn't commit any crimes. His fireable offenses came down to offensive text messages sent to some high school buddies, and a little bit on the work text chain, which arguably is, really the most problematic for his job. But I mean, do we know how hard it is to be fired as a state trooper? Yeah, not that hard, apparently. It just takes a few offensive texts. But I mean, you can't really draw any inference beyond that, because this guy has been just scrutinized repeatedly by multiple agencies and the public at large, and no corruption, planting of evidence, framing, anything like that has ever been found. And Eva says, and Proctor was right. I agree. I think that she is a whack job C. So there you go. Yeah. Oh, we have Jen here. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning, Kate. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fair to partly cloudy this morning.
Oh, no.
That's all right. I'm normally all sunny, so I guess everybody gets to have a fair to partly cloudy day. But anyway, back to Proctor and your point, exactly spot on. They found, all they could find was offensive texts about Karen Reed, as well as him giving information about an ongoing investigation to high school buddies and family, and issues with him drinking on the job and using his cruiser while he had been drinking. Now, normally, would that be fireable if you're an FBI agent? Yes. But normally, in my experience with local departments, absolutely not. He would have been given a chance for, rehabilitation. He would have been counseled. He would have maybe given some time. We call it on the bricks when you're not paid for a period of time. But this was an extremely harsh, and it was harsh because of the Karen Reed case.
Right.
No doubt it was harsh because of the Karen Reed case and the exposure this case has gotten. So was he treated fairly? Everybody can decide, but I'm telling you, when it comes to what other people, punishments they receive, this would not have lined up.
Yeah, I don't think that he was treated fairly. I don't. I think that, in this case, he was kind of the sacrificial lamb to appease people because, his text messages reflected poorly on the, how do I put this? Reflected poorly on sort of the atmosphere of policing, right? Like, the inner workings. And so they want to say, no, 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 police don't talk like that. We don't think like that. We'll get rid of anyone who does. But the truth is that lots of them do, right? Just like any other profession. And he was just kind of put out to pasture because it was embarrassing for his department.
Yeah,
Text,
it was
no,
embarrassing.
right?
And listen, I wish he wouldn't have done those things. I really do, because it reflects badly on whoops. Sorry. It reflects badly on law enforcement as a whole. It does. But was it fireable for somebody who has never had any issues? For somebody who has in fact had a stellar reputation in the department.
Right. Right.
I'm just saying it doesn't line up with other cases of people acting in that way. And it was strictly because of this case that he was fired. That's what I think.
Right. You've got cops that get hooked up for domestic violence and don't even end up fired a lot of the time. And I'm not saying that that's okay, but I would rather fire those men than somebody like Michael Proctor.
Yes. And I think Buchanan's doing a good job. Back to him. I know you guys talked a lot about him yesterday, but I tell you something that really irritated me that he said. And for those of us who have done the job, it's not right to find evidence and not photograph it and treat it like evidence.
Right.
And when he said, and I didn't remember that last time, of course, they're going into so much more detail, I feel like, this time. But I do not remember him talking about not photographing where they found those little pieces, that he didn't want a sort of inconvenient crime scene to come back out because they were in the same general area. Of course, no one anticipated anything other than this is so obviously a domestic violence case involving a mad girlfriend and a vehicular accident. No one knew that this could, spin out of control like it has. But that's how you have to treat every case. And so it is disappointing. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kate, when he said he went back?
Yeah.
That's just, but no investigation is perfect. No cop is perfect. They make mistakes. They make errors in judgment, but that doesn't mean those pieces weren't there.
Right.
If they're going to do some massive cover up, it would have been impossible with the taillight. We've gone through the timeline again and again, but people just won't listen to the facts of the case. I realized that today when I saw somebody I really, really respect not even look at facts and make an allegation against Colin Albert. I was just absolutely sickened.
And Colin Albert is not, like, they can't even use him in their crazy third-party culprit theory. They can't, so.
No, they can't. And I am here for all of the lawsuits that are going to be coming. All these people falsely accused, especially Colin Albert, especially Higgins, especially Albert. Those two have spent their lives saving lives. One of them was even given an award, ATF agent Higgins. What has happened to them being accused? Most people who, have any sort of logic would never look at it and say, oh yeah, we believe that. But tens of thousands do believe it, Kate, and their reputations have been completely disparaged, and they need to sue everyone involved who's disparaged them.
Absolutely.
It's unbelievable.
Howdy, folks.
Hey, good morning.
Boomer, I'm on a tear.
Uh-oh. What did I miss?
Just people going after Colin again, just baseless.
They're still banging that drum? They're going after
Oh, they're
Colin?
still banging it. They're still,
They
and
can't even-
somebody with a lot of, to me, somebody I just can't believe posted some ridiculous assertion that Colin was involved and that they killed him. And thank goodness Karen Reed showed up, so they had somebody else to blame for their murder.
Wow.
Just completely disregarding the facts, completely disregarding the timeline. Just unbelievable. So I'm on a bit of a rant. This morning I wrote a tweet about, let's just roll with it for a minute. Let's just say that an
Taking on a
ATF
walk.
agent
Yeah.
with decades of experience, who was never punished, who never got in trouble for anything regarding this, a cop with 30 plus years of experience who never got in trouble, never retired until over, I believe, 33 years of service, a dog and a minor who, by the way, wasn't even there. Let's just roll with that. They beat him up and threw him on the front lawn. And then they also decided to take a glass and break it and put it by him and a straw. And they better remove his shoe. And how about his hat? Let's throw that out there. So ridiculous.
Wow.
And the
You are
microscopic
unmuted.
pieces. You can't forget that's going to be tough to plant too in John's clothing.
What'd you say?
They also found the microscopic pieces of tail light on John's clothing or in John's clothing. So they'd have to. That's a tough move too.
Oh, that's what I wrote. That was that's the finale point, Boomer. I wrote.
Right.
They
The micro
somehow
sprinkles.
somehow embedded that tail light in his clothes as he laid there dead at 2 a.m.
Mhm.
They're ridiculous. Yeah.
They had all that knowledge and foresight, but not smart enough not to put the body on the front lawn. Yeah, it makes no sense. None of it makes sense.
Draw near if you attend Michelle. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, who when sitting this court's in session,
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone?
Judge, I'll remind you you're still in the room. Thanks.
Morning.
Judge, I'll remind you you're still in the room.
Thanks. Morning, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach it on?
Yes.
Thank you. So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Ferry, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34th Ferry, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates in there.
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's
location.
what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach you?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Ron?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
Why
you
say-
provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that
Well, I got it from you.
Proctor? You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. The
Do you
these,
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff,
Sure.
please?
Really trying to shoehorn Michael Proctor into everything. Countdown. Handwriting analysis is kind of junk science anyway. I've seen that pop up in other cases throughout the years. Not really that reliable. We got Matt back here. I don't know. We're losing people left and right. Yeah.
Are we doing handwriting exams now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my God.
Pretty much. Oh man. They just want to get Proctor in any way they can. They really want to shoehorn this in.
The funniest thing yesterday is that she was trying to explain that he already had a bump on his head. Like, I just can't get over that.
Right.
That just makes me think she knew more. She knew about his injury at the time, which is strange.
Right.
So maybe she did
Well,
come
I
back
mean,
and
to be
examine
fair,
him.
I will be fair to her and say they were asking her specifically about the injury. But yeah, I don't know where your mind goes to like, oh, he bumped his head the other day. He was telling me about like, yeah, he was walking around with a severe brain bleed for days. Karen seems legit.
Hey there. Looks like I'm just having a bit of technical difficulties on my end here. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody is today.
How's it going there, Matt?
Pretty good. How about you?
Hanging in there. Got my first coffee on the go. Feeling somewhat animated. I'm not crawling by my front teeth anymore, so it's an upgrade.
Well, could you analyze handwriting right now?
No, and in this day and age, I mean, I see less handwriting than ever. I mean,
Right.
how many times do you write? You know what I mean? Like it's.
I don't know how many people's handwriting I can recognize.
No.
My children's handwriting probably I could recognize. Probably. And although even they don't do a lot of that anymore. Yeah, I don't know.
Or if it
Definitely not
was-
random people.
If it was extraordinarily odd, you know, a lot of right angles or you know what I mean? Like if it was really strange, you might be on top of it. But that handwriting didn't look remarkable to me either.
Right.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions, you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
It went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo I'm sorry. Yeah. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure. Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession. No.
When you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan,
the evidence.
just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming, if there was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the trailers.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Yes.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with some.
Just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that.
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker. There's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if the That number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page.
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you can leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the rule. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Park. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself with
Brennan?
that.
I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
3. Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
Mhm. On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, there was, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're really trying. I think they're getting annoyed because, you know, I mean, he can't really speak to Brian Higgins' texts and he's not giving into this at all.
Yeah, he's not playing with Jackson at all. He's Jackson's definitely not getting what he's looking for.
Right.
How long do you think they're going to kick this can?
As long as they can. I still don't think that it's necessary for them to call Higgins for Brian Albert. Because they didn't see anything that doesn't really advance their case. And I understand the landmine that Proctor is, so I really don't think they're going to call him.
Huh. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. But this is just, oh God, this is draining. Did you see in the comments in chat there about God, now I can't remember exactly who it was. They were saying that there's some reporting coming out that a juror might be sympathetic to the defense, or at least appearing so.
Who's reporting that?
I was W's. See, I've been kind of spinning some plates here, so I don't have it fresh in my brain. It was a few minutes ago. Was it WCVB? Is that the station? I think I have the call sign a little jumbled there.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look. I'll check Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Karen cam. We were going to try the Karen cam, remember?
Yes, I'm having some technical difficulty. That's what's one of the plates I'm trying to spin right now. Yeah, it's not working for me yet. I can't find the comment now. DePietro, what was it? DePietro said Mr. Reed was staring down jurors. Yeah, I caught a couple comments about that. Mr. Reed was staring at jurors, and one apparently frowned back at him or something, got him all flustered. I got it right. WCBB. Yeah, that was one. And also, yeah, Sue O'Connell. Thanks, guys.
Where are they getting that a juror might be sympathetic, though? Like, what is the basis of this belief?
It was a comment made that WCVB was reporting, and also O'Connell, that one of the jurors appeared to be nodding along with Alan Jackson. I mean, again, that could be just, but it's two sources sort of reporting the same sentiment. So I figured I'd mention that. I saw it pop up in chat there a few times there. Yeah, right. Nodding in agreement. Sorry, yeah, right. Nodding in agreement with Jackson appears to be scoffing at Buchanan. Thanks there, Eagle Eye. Apparently, Mama Reed there is sort of giggling Mr. Burns is frowning at people. I mean, yeah, nodding isn't a sign of approval. It could be a sign of listening. J-Rock, yeah, absolutely, it could be that. I just mentioned because I saw in reference that there was 2 sources, so I figured maybe there's something to it, but you're right. Maybe that's all that is. All right, we don't know. We definitely don't know. Cage Carnian Reed 2025. Meow. Right on Deke nose. I'm trying to get the Karen cam going. It's I'm behind the iron curtain here, and I think it's having a problem with that, honestly.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now.
I also saw a comment there. I mean, this isn't breaking news or really even all that deep, but I'm going to mention it because I'm like I said, I'm spinning plates. I'm doing a couple things. Apparently, Nick Rocco, I don't know where he said it yet, but that he's trying to throw shade on the Alberts again, and they talking about that they're up to this and that with. Hold on, sorry. I know I'm losing my track of thought here. Again, I should probably do one thing at a time. But he's out there making disparaging comments about the Alberts again. I don't understand this. With him, it's bizarre too. With him to make weird judgments or comments like he is, it's strange to me, given that Jenna Rocco is his wife, the same lady who, I remember I believe it was last year. She had her nephew they got him into some hot water for a while there, right? He was protesting with them when there was
Here, so we'll
what they
take
call
our
the
morning
P9.
break now. We'll take a
Oh, I'll drop that.
All rise, please. Jury exiting, just fold your notebooks. Just step right up. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they're just good little soldiers doing what is expected of them, but I
Well,
mean, it's fine.
yeah, no, I get that, but it's like you guys aren't anybody to talk. Like I was gonna say, the little nephew that they had gotten into trouble for protesting is the same little nephew that she had following her around and filming her squat launching for Instagram videos.
Right.
Like that's pretty weird. So if you're gonna
It
throw
is
dispersions on people with rumors, coming from people that there's video footage of them being creepy and weird, like
Right.
that. Come on, man! Like you aren't the people to be talking.
I need you
You're
to
not that
stay
clean.
for just a second, please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay, so I guess they're on a short break now.
I guess. Trying to tell radio station had 3 visits. Yeah, I don't know. They're both, to me, they're a little weird. I've seen enough pass by me personally that my personal belief is that they're definitely not anybody to throw stones. They're past the way they live even today. Some of the weird stuff they've done, said, no, they're not the moral authority. They very strange choice of people to be casting dispersions on anybody. And I mean, you just got to look at his, even just the superficial angle of the how many years has he spent trying to chase clout? The both of them, actually, you know, it's it's been quite the effort pre Karen Reed, you know, anything to get on TV, anything to get on, yeah, oh god, anything to get attention. I thought Nick was Jenna's son when I first thought. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. There's some weird Stockholm syndrome going on too with the both of them. With the blogger there, you know, he threatens them. They go to war with each other, and you know, they back down real quick. You know what I mean? Like there's just no leg to stand on there. The wrong people to be casting dispersions. Karen's met, yeah. I really want to get that camera up and working too, but I'm behind the Iron Curtain, guys, and I think that in lies the problem.
I'm just trying to grab the link right now.
Yeah. I hope it
Bear
works.
with me. I'm trying to set it up. I can do it on mine, I think.
No problem. Yeah, you'll still have your microphone capability. That won't change. It'll just turn your square into the camera feed. Why are these morning breaks so long? Good question. Good question. In between the sidebars and oh god. This beating a dead horse with AJ. I mean, if we feel exhausted watching this, I mean, imagine obviously Yuri, but imagine the jury and everybody in that room is feeling, holy hell. But I guess that's all they got, right? I mean, AJ's got to work with what he's got. Karen does act as though she's an attorney. I mean, I believe in the ID documentary. Was it Jackson that pointed that out? Said I've never had a client like this before. She, you know, she wakes up before I do. Some comment like that. Basically, that she's an extension of the team. She's de facto part of the team. Yeah. Karen initiated the text with the, yeah. I believe that, like a lot of folks do with Karen and Higgins. There, it was just another manipulative way to get at John. You know, make him jealous, all that kind of bullshit. The games, right? Games that deceptive weirdos play. Manipulative, deceptive weirdos. But I saw another feed. I believe it was Grant's that has the camera, but oh my god, it's just like a cluster up there, hey? And all the watermarks. I don't know if he thinks he owns the Zoom stream, but like maybe 4 tiles and calm down with the watermarks guy. Yeah, if AJ is creating some doubt, it's not reasonable doubt as required. Correct. I agree with that. That's something that the free Karen read people seem to overlook, right? The term is reasonable. The phrase is reasonable doubt. It's not just doubt. And it has to be after the totality of all the facts and evidence are compiled and weighed. Then you're left with, do you have reasonable doubt? Not per instance. AJ is, yeah, AJ is just bloviating. If Karen is a part of the team, Karen should have told Karen, no kidding, stay away from the interviews. Yeah, that didn't help. That did not help. Like she said, this is my form of testifying. Did a great job, Karen. Did a great job. Telling on yourself. You weirdo. What is a balloon knot? I'm not sure, but I think it might be adjacent to a barking spider. I don't know. I heard that somewhere. Vehicle data is devastating. The vehicle data we saw in the previous trial was devastating in its own right. And from what I believe, there is more coming. I would like to see the reconstructionists testify in total. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more there than I'm anticipating. But I believe there is more from the chip. To forgive me if it's the chip on, chip off. I can't remember if it's. I think it was the chip on, chip off again for the second round, right? And thankfully, they didn't destroy any of the hardware. So it. What's a barking spider? I don't know. Higgins doesn't open the doors to Aruba. I mean, I think they're all leaving the Aruba behind. I don't think that's a door that's going to open. I really don't think so. I don't think so. No.
All right, check it out. I got it up.
Norfolk Superior Court. Yeah, I see that there. Oh, yeah. Are we getting the Karen cam hooked up? Looks like it.
Yep. It's just right now they're on break, so.
Sweet. Yeah, I think it was it had something to do with my location. I think I tried to set it up and it was just no going. That's actually what dropped me. It kicked me out of StreamYard as well at the same time. It was weird. The feds still coming after me, guys. They're shutting down my operation.
So I am interested on, who could possibly. I mean, Buchanan's doing pretty well, I think. I mean, he's a little evasive, maybe though.
I don't know if it's so much evasive. I mean, like, to be perfectly honest, like, of course I'm biased and whatnot, but watching Yuri, there's a few things like, because I put myself in that mentality of like, if I was looking at this and I wanted to make content comments or whatever where I would project, I would say like some of the movements where he's and it means nothing, but you can focus on it, like that he's kind of pulling at his collar a bit. I think he's probably bored. He's probably worn down from listening to AJ spew on and on. But I think it's less him being, I think it's less him slipping questions and more just those are movements that can be kind of overblown and oh look, he scratched his nose, like he looks uncomfortable, and I think that can be exploited if you're running a narrative. But I don't think he's doing horrible. I think he's tired. I think he's tired, and I don't think he's the biggest fan of Jackson. I mean, he's looking across the table there at Karen, and he knows what she's paid for. He knows that the harassment that he's faced has come directly from her. In my opinion, I believe he knows this. That's my
Right, and
opinion of it.
Jackson, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, and we've said this before, and it is true, right? It's obvious. It's not a brainiac call, but like it's really easy from being on the outside looking in. It's really easy for all of us to say, well, I would have done this, I would have done that, or maybe he shouldn't do this, or maybe he shouldn't do that. But the pressure you're under, like you stack this up, right? The pressure you're under being on the stand is one thing, whether everything's on the up and up or not. Like it's pressure. Just being in that room is pressure, right? Now you're on the stand, a highly publicized case. That's another stack of pressure, right? And then you feel like you got to, of course, professionally, you want to do a good job, but also he's going to have some sympathy for the victims, right? For the victim and the victim's family. So that's going to be riding on him, like, do a good job. This is very important. And then stack on top of that, he's looking across at these idiots who who are questioning him, who are also behind harassing him and his family. That's a lot. So if you add all that up, I think he's doing amazing. I think he's doing absolutely stellar, given the stress and pressure that he's under. I couldn't imagine that. But if you pick every little micro thing and you don't take all those factors into account, you could say, well, he looks a little angry, or yeah, I'm sure he does look a little put off, a little tired, a little run down. But that's a lot to carry. That's a lot to deal with.
Oh, that's fair. I just feel like some of the Proctor questions, just like answer them directly,
I can understand that.
But like, yeah, overall, I mean, if they win one guy over, there's 18 of them and they only need 12. Good luck.
Right.
Good luck. I mean, that's really the only chance she's got is some form of jury nullification at this point.
Right.
He certainly does not have the facts. I've seen a lot of people on TikTok recently who are like, oh, I started out thinking this was a conspiracy and she was innocent, and now I'm on the other side of it. And like, I'm not shocked to see that, because I think once you're forced to sit and look at all the evidence, the conspiracy is dead, and it becomes pretty apparent that she did it, But factual guilt, as they like to throw around, and a conviction sometimes can be quite far removed, And you got to remember that. My only concern the whole time has pretty much been jury selection. Like, that's pretty much her trial was.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen how long of a concerted effort, a forceful campaign bought and paid for, running 24/7, astroturfed, right? Fully funded, rolling out the grift for how long? Pre-trial one, right? They did a strong. That was a strong effort on poisoning jury pools. I mean, even saying it out loud, absolutely, I'm trying to alter the jury, and like, oh my god, like that that's insane. That's insane. What does astroturf mean in this case? Astroturfing, I'm referring to, is with the Free Karen Reid protests outside. I don't believe all of them were legitimate grassroots protesters. There seemed to be a large contingency of them that showed up and then summarily left and have never been seen since. I think that's where the astroturfing occurred. So not in the case, yeah, no problem, Dolores. Not in the case, but yeah, outside buying protesters, yeah, correct. You can see AJ's a little bit intimidated. Maybe a little bit. There's something. Okay, I think there's something to what you're saying there, Catherine. When he said team leader, He's like, that's a military term, isn't it, Yuri? I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading in too far, but that moment between Jackson and Yuri struck me like it's sort of your tip in your hat, Jackson. He sounded like he knows he's a bit of a wiener. That was just silly. Like in the military. Come on.
I'm over this cross. Like I'm not like just call
Oh,
cross when it's your turn, Jackson. Just call cross.
this is bad. Yeah, it's boring as hell. But it could be worse. It could be a lessee. And oh my God, that guy makes me want to rip my own head off and throw it down the hall. Like it's so brutal, that guy.
Yes, we should be grateful for what we have.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Count our blessings, guys. It's not a lessee. And I did see someone say, hey, Matt, chime in. I will reflect on something he said in chat not that long ago. Matt had said, is Yannetti benched? That was a good point Matt made there. We haven't seen much Yannetti. He's just been sort of sitting there on his hands. That was one of Matt's recent comments there. What do you think of that, Kate? Yannetti seems to be kind of sidelined this round. Thinks AJ has destroyed Yuri on the public. Yeah, of course. FKR is believes that AJ is destroying Yuri on the stand and freed Karen. Yeah, no.
Counterpoint to that, though, Matt's point is like imagine being Yannetti and being the one who's benched by Bob Alessi.
Oh, God, right? Yeah. That's got to feel great. Nick Rocco is Vinny's favorite. Yeah, I know, and that says Vinny is your favorite guy, right, Kate? That says a lot about Vinny. That his go-to guy is Nick Rocco. Holy shit!
I have no respect left for Vinny Politan. None.
You certainly don't. Yeah,
nope,
you can't even. Not even.
I always thought that he was
guess.
like a weird little guy, like kind of uncanny valley looking, whatever,
Right.
like all different kinds of people. I'm weird looking. But
I'm pretty weird looking myself. Yeah.
Okay, so like that's fine, and like I'm sure my affect is strange to some people. His has always been strange to me. Like I said, he kind of looks like a robot wearing a skin suit to me. And by looks, I don't mean just physical appearance. I mean like his behavior.
No, I know what you mean.
Kind of reminds me of like a first generation Terminator or something, right?
Right.
Like, just,
yeah, when they had the rubber skin. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
yes,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
But like whatever, he was all right. Andy likes him, watches him, that's cool. Like what I've done in the background. But then the more that I watched him with this case, the more that I've decided that like he's a spineless, disingenuous, attention and rating hungry incubus that does not care what kind of impact his so-called reporting has on everyday people.
Right.
He's not adverse to lying, maybe not outright lying, but definitely being quite misleading. And, I don't know if it's just that, like, maybe he's not watching the trial and he's got, like, a production assistant or something that is, and they're choosing what to focus on every night. So he's just lazy, maybe that's it. Or maybe, he's watching all of it and making these conscious decisions to focus on the most ridiculous talking points while actual evidence is coming into this trial,
Right. I think he lies through omission. I think he's slick enough not to come straight out and just completely say something that's fabricated, right? Like he'll just lie through omission, or like you said, talking points that might be damaging to the defense. He just, puts no time on it. So it's like obfuscation through just omission. Absolutely. That's his style. He reminds me of that Inside Edition, TMZ, sort of pulp news, if you want to call it news, I suppose. And it really is there to be a product. I'm pretty jaded. I've been most of my life, so I'm not shocked when I see anyone in that sort of position, grifting, leaning in to get ad revenue, because that's what this is all about for a lot of people. If you say the salacious thing, if you push the narrative that sells, you get the money, you get the views. That's what it's all about for a lot of people. Some people care more about the truth and less about industry, and that is, I mean, I think we can all agree that that's something that that Kevin stands for. That's something I quite like and respect about Kevin, is that he is far more focused on what really matters and being truthful than feeding into some industry that, yeah, the fallout and the collateral damage is human suffering, really, harassment, you name it.
I respect the hell out of it. I think that like there's only a handful of us out there, and obviously, I mean, not to pat you on the back too hard. I know this is gonna make you uncomfortable, but you started really collaborating and coming along with Masshole at the tail end of the last thing that we were doing, right? Chili de Castro,
Yes,
which was
Chili, yeah,
as I say often, quite
yeah,
profitable.
yes.
Everybody was making money covering that. Like I'm not,
Mhm.
Not gonna hide or lie about that, whatever.
Mm-mm.
And then this happened, and you
Yeah.
stayed with it, even though like this is the opposite of profitable, right? Like, I'm not
No,
complaining, but I do like to pull out every once to remind people, like, we're not making any money. We don't even
no,
ask. I mean,
no, we're not. No.
and that's fine. And Kevin in the same way, but like, there are
Right.
certainly avenues where you can support us as creators, but it's not the forefront, never has been, never will be. And we're doing this with an understanding that it's not profitable. People are not going to be so inclined to support it financially because the
Right.
profitable angle is the conspiracy, but we're doing it anyway because it's the right thing to do. And I know that you're not independently wealthy. I'm
No.
not. Kevin's not. It's
No.
not that we're like, oh, we don't need more money. Like everybody needs money. Certainly,
Yeah.
we probably need it more than other people.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. People see my shoes and think I'm homeless. So I mean, it's
But my point is that
it
that's
is what
not,
it is.
that's not the motivation here. And I think,
No, it's not.
hold on.
It's not. No. And I mean, just I've spent a lot of my time previous to doing anything on the interwebs like this. I was in bands, and most of the bands I chose to do were underground acts. It was not all that profitable too. So I get kind of stuck in something. I get stubborn. Like if I feel it's something I want, you know what I mean? I want to do, I'll end up doing it. And in this case, for sure, it was the story of those kids and Colin. I mean, Colin was he still is really young. He's a lot younger than I am, but when this was happening to his life, and then John's kids, it's like that's helping them in any way. What is money compared to that? It's nothing. It's not, we don't all live forever. There's certain things that matter more, right? In short. So.
Sorry, the puppy attacking my sweet older dog.
Oh no.
Derailed me. But my point is, when you strip away all selfish like motivations, right? Then you can get a real good feel about why people are doing what they're doing, right? So clearly,
sure.
we're not making a lot of friends here. We're not getting a lot of adoration.
No.
We get a lot of abuse. We're not making any money, right?
No, we get a lot. You get a lot of hatred. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the only motivation that remains really is that it's the truth and it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, like, that's not enough.
No, it's not. No, it's different priorities. It really is what it is. It's just different priorities.
Right.
You can call it a culture war, maybe. Might be.
So I don't think he needs to clean up Higgins. I don't even know if they're going to call Higgins. Like, I guess the real question with Higgins is, like, what did he really see? What did he hear? What does he know? Nothing, as far as
not a lot.
Like how John O'Keefe died. Hank Brennan is really staying focused on how John O'Keefe died. Like,
Yes.
and what happened from the time that she pulled up to 34 Fairview until 6:04 in the morning and on when he was found. That's what they're focused on.
Mm-hmm.
Anything exciting happening?
Not a lot yet. No. Just AJ spinning wheels, Yuri being pretty much sick of it all. That's what it looks like.
I feel like he is very touchy with the Michael Proctor question.
Yeah. I mean, that's not like, it does seem like he's trying to skirt around it, and the jury's going to be like, why? But I mean, it's going to be awkward no matter what. So
Yeah, but like they're like, I don't know. I just feel like, straight answers. Hold on, sorry.
this might be all they have, though. So I mean, I feel like that's what it looks like to me, is that Michael Proctor touched everything.
Right. This is really the only angle they got.
Yeah.
What else they have? They don't have the truth on their side, so you gotta, cobble together what you can, and all they really have is Proctor said mean things. Okay, he called her a psycho. I don't disagree with that.
Has he brought any of that up yet? Because I feel like he's trying to get Yuri to be like, he operated with honor, integrity, and then he's going to be like, is saying she had no ass integrity? Is saying she had whack job CUNT?
I think that moment would have happened if Yuri had have said honor, because he was
I do.
honor and
I think
integrity.
that was the trap. Yep.
Yeah, and he kept saying it was done with integrity. Had he have gotten Yuri to say with honor, that would have been the moment that Jackson is honor the flat ass retard that poops on the floor comments.
I mean, that is gonna happen by the end of this, I'm sure.
It will, and I think that Jackson likes it. That's just my take on it. I think that Karen is batshit. I think that Jackson, like anybody, whatever their dynamic is going to get sick of it, right? What moment does he have other than that moment where he can say those things the way he said it, even last time with like fervor and right and be like, yeah, no, I'm reading his text. Those aren't my thoughts. I think he gets to hide behind that a little bit. That's just my weirdo take on it. I think he likes calling her that shit. I think he does.
They can't really bring that in through Yuri because he wasn't even on that text chain. The only thing they can really bring in is the text chain that he was on, right?
Right.
So, but I think the honor was a trap for sure. I think he evaded that one. He could have, and maybe it took him a couple times the question being asked to figure out like how to evade that one, because like that's the thing is there's dichotomy here. Like Michael Proctor, the investigator, and Michael Proctor, the guy who texts his friends, are two very different things as far as what you would testify to at this point. And I'm not like whatever. I still don't think they were that bad, but yeah.
Me personally, no, because again, it's like personal conduct in private versus professional conduct, right? I agree. They're two separate worlds, but again, this is Hollywood Jackson working optics and nothing more. And yes, Jackson is very Hollywood. I believe even when the story came out, I think it was TMZ initially ran it that there might be problems with him. He was, caught hanging on to Karen outside of a club. Then there was talk, I believe, in the same article about maybe problems with his home life, his wife, whatever. And it was like, wasn't even 24 hours. And it was like TMZ was pulling it, hiding it all. I'm like, yeah, Jackson is so dialed into that sector. He probably made a phone call right away. You dump that shit. Like Hollywood backs Jackson and Jackson backs Hollywood. It's an industry. They'd rather push any conspiracy theory that makes him look good because he brings them business. He's the showman, right? You don't want to cut off your revenue. Yeah, he's very Hollywood. He's dialed in with Spacey. I mean, Jesus.
I mean, are we still talking about the bags? Like, I'm just like, it's so boring.
God.
It's like, get somewhere. We haven't even talked about the Sally Port yet.
We're talking about
Right,
handwriting.
is it even coming in? Like, right.
I don't know if you caught that.
How can it not come in though? Like, I don't understand that.
I know, but it's already 11 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, man. You know?
Yeah.
Oh my
That
God.
might be the drama. Like he's gonna save the drama for the end, like he did with Jen McCabe, and start screaming at him. I'm sure.
You think so? He might.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah. The crescendo is right at the end.
Start clapping in his face.
Oh, dude, the clapping, right? Yeah.
I don't think the jury likes that. I mean, I think it's worse when you do it to a woman, but like, I can't imagine that the jury's like, oh, this is nice.
No. No, and I don't know, maybe it's just me being an ass, but like, especially if you're kind of like a tiny person, the clapping just seems more little. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of, I don't know. It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Yeah, I mean, come on, get to the next witness. I'm bored.
Wicked, yeah.
It might be the niece and nephew though, and then we have nothing. We won't see it.
And at least put some clips in between because we're so damn bored. Like, come, pep it up with a clip. Let's get something going.
I don't think he can play clips mid. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I want. I know it's not reasonable, but most of the things I want are not reasonable. So come on, more clips.
There was one part when he was asking Yuri. I thought he was asking him about the voicemails, and Yuri starts going, Dateline, NBC. I'm just like, I think he's asking about the voicemails, not about her interview. It's like, because I think, he was asking him, like, did you hear any audio of the client? And he starts talking about the interviews. I was like, that's not
right. Media or various media outlets. Like, yeah.
I mean, if Ring is going to, I don't think Ring's going to testify that they know it was deleted. I think they might give more clarity on there's no record of it or something, but she seemed nervous though. They asked her yesterday if she deleted it and she didn't. She's like, I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah, it was the exact same thing her father had said too. They're both like, I wouldn't, like, between the two of you, I'm sure you could figure it out. Like, it's not exactly, it's not like operating a rocket or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, not asking you to fly to space. Deleting.
They both have the same answer. Like,
And I mean,
and
if you look at like their initial motions, the defense was very interested in the ring footage, because I don't think they knew if they really deleted it or not. You know what I mean? They were like, is it gone? Is it there? And that's why in the beginning, the defense was like, where's the ring footage? We want it. We want it. We want it. Because they didn't know if they successfully deleted it or if it was going to pop up at a later date. And they were up there for 15 minutes and she came out with like a little shopping bag with like one pair of panties in it. And she lived there for 2 years. Like, what were they doing? Brushing her teeth.
I think he was trying to get her the hell out.
They wouldn't even know how to start brushing their teeth. Like, what are you talking about?
How would one do that? We wouldn't know. What is this? This contraption. Yeah. They got the malarkey on tap.
Not just that, but I mean, I'm pretty sure Karen understands camera systems because she has like 45 around, or had, when she's still owned a home, had like 45 of them all around her property. So, like, yeah, she understands.
Oh, yeah. And she said that comment to Higgins about knowing where the cameras are. That's why I feel like they need to bring Higgins in. I don't know if he's going to come in no matter what.
You just want him to read those texts, right?
I mean, that's where a lot of the information is, her state of mind. She's crazy. You can tell she's manipulative. I know the weed whacker. I'm the weed whacker.
Dude, that's never not going to kill me. Weed whacker. Hello, emoji face high five. Do you like me too?
I mean, I just can't imagine like getting a text. I'm sitting on a couch with a guy and his girlfriend, and all of a sudden it's like, you're hot, and she's like looking at you like,
oh, dude, yeah, that's comfortable.
Yeah, the whole thing is weird. The whole thing is like from start to finish. And I think that's like reflected in his texts to her, though. It's not like he was like, hey, like the entire time he's like, what are you what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
like,
yeah. His response.
It's not like he was like, meet me in the bathroom in 5 minutes.
No, not even.
right. He was like, hey, I want a relationship.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
are you messing with me? And like, yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's what he says too, right? Yeah, yeah. Are you messing with me? Like, totally. Yeah, dude. Yeah. He was not, like you said, he wasn't, he wasn't jumping in there aggressive. He was, what the hell are you on about? Like,
no, I mean, to some extent, you can tell from his that he also felt weird about it because she's a weird
did.
bitch. Karen
Yeah.
Reed is a weird bitch. Like, that's just a
Yep.
weird thing to do.
It was weird. It was weird.
She's a homie hopper.
Yeah.
But like, not even like a weird, like sad fishing compliment craving. Like it's just really like the whole thing is just bizarre.
Freedom and Macho Man, but no, I wouldn't do that to you guys. That's horrible. No way.
I mean, she was kind of texting him a lot too, like for that period of time. And like one time she was laying in bed with him. So I feel like she was trying to let him know that she was texting somebody. She's manipulative. I mean, I think that's
big time.
And he's probably like, I'm going to bed. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, go do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole thing is just like she was weird about it. Like even like it's the weed whacker. Like what?
Mhm.
Oh, I have a nickname for everyone. Like you're terrible at picking nicknames, Karen.
Definitely. Yeah, like that's not even a good weed whacker. Like, come on, man. No.
I mean, if I was going to be a garden tool, if I was going to choose a garden tool for her, it would not be the weed whacker.
The garden weasel.
It would be the hoe.
The hoe. Oh, Jesus, man. How did I miss that shit? Like, God damn it. Would it be the garden weasel, Matt? Christ. I need another coffee. Holy
spade. Shit. Like, yeah.
It's the hoe, no doubt.
The fact that she's like, he was like beeping at her and waving at her, and she starts flipping out and flipping on the bird.
Yeah, right. Her first instinct.
My husband's like, he'll kill you.
Yes,
like,
right.
What is she talking about? Like, how does she know that's not a neighbor? Like, it's so bizarre.
Right. Her first, she jumped straight to "fuck you, my husband will kick the shit out of you."
Well, because she's at home, she's at her own home. All her neighbors are her enemies because she's such a psychopath. That's probably why she's probably never had a friendly interaction with a neighbor. It's always probably been like nothing but high drama because. If you apparently even have your dog bark in your own yard near Karen Reed, like she's going to come banging on the door and threatening to run the thing over. So like, yeah, I mean, that's probably just more indicative of every interaction she has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think like even in the bar, she's flipping him off and Yuri's like, she is showing him the middle finger. I'm like, say it the right way. She's flipping him off.
Yeah.
She's saying, fuck you, John. I can drink whatever I want. The drink's not strong. I need 4 shots in each drink.
Exactly.
The weed whacker needs vodka.
Right? Yeah, yeah. The weed whacker is vodka. It's alcohol fuel guy.
I mean,
no, there's nothing right about her, man. No. The way she talks with people, I mean, even her text, and the way she talks to the cameras after she comes out of court is weird.
Yeah, she seems tired.
Is weird. It's so bizarre.
Her ship is sinking. The support is really dwindling.
It is. It really is. It really is. And for people, some low IQ folks actually think that if there's less people protesting, that they're not, quote, winning. Like this is a tribal team sport kind of thing, right? Like if you're not out there chanting, then the Commonwealth winning, because that's not how this works, man. Like it isn't going to be an internet poll, right? It's a jury.
Did you see Heather McDonald's making fun of her?
No.
She's like a big comedian and she has like a podcast and she's just like, have you guys heard about all the Karens in Massachusetts?
Oh,
they're all out there in pink. They're all Karens. And they're all making fun of everything about the case.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
That's like the normal reaction, though. I don't understand why that's not happening more. Like this entire thing is
totally
objectively absurd.
Yes.
Like they had Rita with her like the red Solo cup as earrings. They're like, look at this lady.
Oh, dude.
Like just trapped in them all.
The Solo cup. Holy hell. You probably did. You saw the photos from the Halloween party, right? Especially the first one. Did you ever see that? Ooh.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Listen, that's
bad.
like the things that they've done in support of this woman are like simultaneously ridiculous, like a Netflix, I mean, like a SNL skit, but also like deeply offensive and completely devoid of empathy. They had a Halloween party and they all they had like blow up German shepherds and like life-size cutouts of cardboard cutouts of witnesses, and one person dressed up like John O'Keefe down to the scratches on his arm. They played a game, find the taillight pieces. Like
that's
it's
right.
horrifying.
For a free drink. It was for a free drink if you collected the red taillight pieces at
like
the party.
It's simultaneously like so insensitive to the family and the victim, while also just like criminally cringy. You know, just like this is why people think things about white people. I'm just gonna say it. Like, you know,
don't lump us all in with those McPoils. Come on, man.
No, it's true though. Putting raisins in potato salad and pulling shit like this is like these white people shit, and it's
I don't know what kind of white people
to
you're
our
hanging
people.
with, but
Like I'm just saying, like this is a bad representation of white people.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know any white people that do that. I just don't.
I mean, if in a different culture, Karen Reed would have just been beat down in the street by all of these women, and that would have been the end of the story, and she would have went to prison.
Right. I'm just saying, like, I mean, yeah, you're not seeing a lot of like Black and Hispanic communities where they're like, oh my God, like, Consuela just got arrested. Let's throw on our red Solo Cup earrings and go down with our pom poms. Like, no, you know, God, I'm just saying, this is really cringy. This is not what it's like watching your uncle try to dance. You know, it's like, don't do that. You're gonna get made fun of.
I'm with Lisa here. I'm still upset by raisins and potato salad. That's upsetting me too.
That's like it's like another white person stereotype.
You're saying that. I've never experienced that as a
you know what? You
experienced
just need to really immerse yourself in some subversive, offensive humor, and you'll understand that there are stereotypes for everybody.
I know there are. That's just one I've never seen before.
Just the cringiest ones. Like that.
Oh my God.
I mean, I want to try raisins and potato salad now. Now that you said it, now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, how would that taste? And
horrible. I
shitty. I would guess shitty on a lot of levels, gross and or shitty.
That was thrown as an insult at me once. I swear to God, and I was like, just as flabbergasted, like. What? Raisins and potato salad. What?
No.
And then I looked it up, and there are legitimately raisins and potato salad recipes out there, and I just accepted like, okay, it must be.
You're demented, Matt. Why would
I really want to make it? Like, it just sounds interesting to me. See, I guess I'm a white person.
Oh, look what you did! You figured it out, man. You're a white. Oh, shit.
I just figured it out.
I agree with Chrissy that Jackson is coming across as desperate to us, but I feel like we always have to remember that like there's so much context that is, should ideally be completely missing from this trial. We have no idea. Hopefully, the jurors they picked were not very immersed in it. They don't know everything that we do. And so like, some of the stuff that comes off to us is like desperate. And, oh my God, we've been hearing this for 3 years and know that they've never been able to come up with a shred of evidence. This could potentially be some of these people's first time. And I think honestly, like my one critique of Buchanan, I got to go back to it, is like, just answer the questions about Proctor directly. Just answer them directly. And I have enough context because I have been immersed in this for 3 years to understand why it's so touchy, right? Everything we discussed, the harassment, the knowing what the text messages are, the firing, the process, all of it, right? But like, you can answer directly while still making it clear these are two separate issues.
Right. Yeah, they are. They are.
I mean, I think that Yuri is going to get the bulk of it, and then Tully's going to come clean it up. Tully was a really good one last time.
He is a good one. I mean, I think they both are. I just like, I feel like you don't have to be, acknowledging that something isn't ideal while also not being catastrophic doesn't become an endorsement of that behavior. Just because you say, yeah, he should have been more sensitive to the suspect, right? You're not
Yeah.
minimizing it. That literally is all that it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just got to make sure that the jury thinks that murder is worse than swearing. Like that, you just got to find 12 jurors
Yeah.
that believe that.
Yeah. That's really what it boils down to, though.
I mean,
right?
people
It
do
is.
argue that like what he did is worse, and I'm just like, what? Like
What?
talking shit to your
Yeah.
friends about somebody?
Yeah.
That's
Right.
so
I mean, and I'm not like, I mean, honestly, I'm not minimizing it because I don't find it something that it like requires any minimization. I mean, I don't know how many people have, like, I could probably pull up my Twitter right now and read off 5 tweets that have been directed at me in the last 2 hours that are arguably more insensitive, cruel, weird, sexualized.
Right.
Like, I mean, either like the people that are clutching their pearls about Proctor calling Karen the C word, and I'm only saying C word because I'm on Kevin's, because if I was on
Yeah.
my own, that word doesn't bother me. But
Nor me.
like, they're so upset by that, and they all call me crusty panties. Okay, like
Yeah.
I mean, that is, they get angry when I'm like, oh, you're sexually harassing me again. Like, that is the definition of sexual harassment, right? Like, why are you talking about my undergarments using that sexualized term and somehow making it like, it's gross and weird, right? But
Yeah.
they're super upset that he said that her butthole leaks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really, I mean, whatever. And you know what? Like, I don't endorse any of it really, but like, it's not
Well,
that
that's
big
the
of a deal.
disconnect.
Right.
Yeah. That's the disconnect. It's not about being fair. It's about, my side winning. It's a weird way of thinking. This has become like a tribal sport. It makes no sense. It's a murder trial, right? This is not like pom-poms should not enter into it, right? And they did. They absolutely did.
Aren't they like cheering on anyone who has ever had a career in law enforcement that's willing to degrade Jen McCabe too? Like, they're like, seal clapping about it. Wow, they're so awesome. Like, clearly you don't care that much about how, like, law enforcement's attitudes towards civilians. Just their attitude towards Karen Reed. And like, he had some empirical evidence to support that she was crazy by the time that he said it. I'm just saying, right? Like, he had talked to her at least once. Like, so.
And I mean, I think that a lot of it too is like just dark humor, because like I say a lot of sarcastic, crass things like to get a chuckle out of people, and it's not like I'm thinking, it's just a way of a type of humor, and it's like it's not captured properly in text messages to somebody that you don't know.
No,
So, like,
kidding. Yeah,
I
there's
just
no
think,
inflection. It's just read out in text. It's interpreted by the reader, right? It's not, you're not experiencing a moment of levity, as dark as it can be. So there's no nod to it. There's no clue. It is a lot harsher in text. I agree. Absolutely. If you were to take a lot of the stuff I say and write it down and be like, oh my God, that's a lot. That sounds a lot worse than it was projected, maybe, Yeah, I hear you.
Camera's moving in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Okay, all right.
I actually thought it was going to end there, but no. They did that just to mess with us. Well played, camera person.
Yeah, I mean, I think that everyone vents too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's like, I guess it's like shocking to read anyone's text, like even Higgins' texts. But the thing is, like, why don't we have Karen's shit? Why do we have all of the witnesses stuff from like 5 years back, and we don't have anything about Karen besides that a few interactions? We don't even have most of it.
It almost seems like the federal probe that brought us those texts and not hers was slanted, right?
I know. Like, she has more rights than every witness. Like,
exactly.
The defendant has more rights than anyone else in this case, than John O'Keefe, than his family, than any witness. She has the most rights.
That's right.
Nobody else has rights except for Karen.
It's very telling, because like, why aren't her texts there? You don't think she wrote some weird stuff, people?
I mean, She absolutely did. We've seen it in Turtle Boy. Like, so it's like in context, we should see how she talks. If they talk the same way, I mean, he had some authority over her. That's the difference.
Unmuted.
But
Oh, here we go.
people need to get a grip.
Indeed.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Is it 114?
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of a text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're gonna mark this
For identification only.
The EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Sorry, I'm having a problem. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this. Hold on.
So he's going to read these text messages? Is that what's happening? That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean it's something. It's something voluminous, and I don't know what text messages. I can't imagine they would be Proctor's because I don't think they can be, or the Higgins ones.
It's Higgins. So
Oh,
Higgins
okay.
is not going to be called? That's crazy.
They're trying to get them in through.
Weird.
Yeah.
Are those good for her? Like, I don't understand why they're bringing them in.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's
This
just
is
weird.
another.
It's not even their case, so it's like they're bringing in. I don't know.
It's another example of like you said. Is this good for you? Like, why are you doing this? I don't know. This doesn't make sense.
But maybe they want to show Higgins on the Sally port to Yuri and be like, "What do you think of this?"
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't understand how they could.
I don't know.
I mean, it's all like a weird strategy from both sides, and it's like struggling to understand it. Because
Yeah,
it's like
I don't get it. I just don't.
I can see
see it.
avoiding all these people like Higgins and Albert and whatever from the prosecution side, but I feel like there's a lot of, I don't know, do they add anything? The text messages aren't good for her though.
No, it shows
Like,
her as
at all.
deceptive and manipulative.
But they need to do the third party. So like maybe this is the only way. If they're not going to call Higgins, this is the only way they can even present a third party.
Right.
To bring in this text. So that seems pretty desperate.
They're gonna say that Higgins did it. He was so super duper jealous over their deep connection and bond.
So he framed her for murder. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how you get with the girl.
Yep.
Right. You kill someone, then you frame the woman for the murder, and then get the woman.
Still never
totally.
bang her.
Yeah, there's
You
books
still
on
never
it.
bang her. Like, it
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah. There's a wow. Yeah.
That must be what it is. That's the only strategy I can think why the defense would want to bring this in.
It's so
Very
stupid.
bizarre.
But then
You're
they're
gonna
gonna have to call Higgins too, right? So then wouldn't that be when you bring in the text messages? It's so weird.
Right.
Yeah, you're hot, deep bond. Someone wrote there. Yeah, exactly. But this is what I'm like. This
And it has nothing really to do with the investigation. So it's like, why would Yuri be reading it? He was provided it, but like, did that even add anything to the investigation? Really? I don't think so.
And let's just like text messages that have been entered that we don't know about. We're just about to see them. Like,
Right.
you are hot. I would totally kill and then frame you to get with you. Emoji smiley face. What the fuck? It doesn't make sense. This is
Well,
weird
question
to me.
mark. That was
Yeah,
his
yeah.
murder text.
What do you think of that? Oh my god. What?
I
What
guess
the
like
hell?
in the at the bar where he looks like he's like, I mean, I guess that's what they're gonna do.
I guess. Yeah.
That he wanted to fight John O'Keefe. But even in those messages though, he's like, I really like John and blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, and he was feeling it out to see what their status of their relationship was.
Yeah, definitely.
But she was the
definitely.
one pushing it. It wasn't him. And she went to his house.
He gets hit with that pretty hard, right? Like, oh, that's really terrible. You did that. You guys were friends and stuff. And I don't. First off, I don't know how friendly they were. He went to his house once or twice? But that's not the point. Like, no dude should do that. I get that. I agree that it's not right. But let's be real. Real life's kind of messy. So looking at it objectively, yeah, he was trying to feel out like, where is the status of a relationship? He didn't just go, oh, you're flirting with me. Let's go. Like, this is go time. Let's do this. He was not jumping in with both feet here. So yeah, man, you're gonna try to take that and put it to the jury that there was such a deep connection there that he wanted her so bad that he, like you said, Matt, that he would then murder someone and frame her to get her.
Yeah.
No,
I don't even see that he was really pursuing. I feel like he was responding. Like, it's not like he was like, meet me behind the waterfall next to the dumpster. We'll go at it.
If I frame you, I can always visit you in jail forever.
And she went to his house, right? Or he went to her house. She went to his house. So that's even more,
right,
ballsy on her part.
Yeah. Hey, this is stupid. But again, like we had mentioned, it's all they got, though, right? I mean, it's stupid.
How is Jen McCabe involved, right? So she has to explain that to Jen McCabe. So Jen McCabe is part of it.
Well,
Like,
she's Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is just being a bro. She's just wingmaning for Higgins' amorous plan here to I don't know, man. Like,
she said the other day, like,
frame her so that you
they
can
asked
get
about
her.
that clip, and she's about the clip about you. It's either me or you, Jen. And Karen's like, you'll see. So
yeah, right.
That's what it is.
My
Like,
God, dude.
Jen
Yeah,
McCabe
right.
was trying to help him get Karen, but then frame Karen so that nobody gets Karen. Like,
right. Yeah.
This is like,
the more you think, the more the
dumbest
forehead
thing.
hurts. I'm getting that Clint Eastwood vein in my forehead. I've never had that before. It's brutal. What is going on? Yeah,
I
none of
mean,
it
I
makes
just
sense.
feel like, but the text, it's so much better to like confront Higgins with the text because you get to see his reaction and his embarrassment and all that, right? Having a third party like read it, it's like it kind of like
Yeah.
takes out the sting from it. So it doesn't
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
I don't understand. Unless they're
Yeah.
not going to do all of them, they're just going to do some of them and then do
Maybe.
it to Higgins later.
Well, I don't know. She said you don't want to do this whole document, and he said, "Yes, I do." So
AJ said that.
yeah,
This
Yeah,
doesn't make
yeah.
sense.
I know. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I
Because then
can't see
nobody's
even,
involved because
even
Sarah
if there's a
Levinson, all those other people, unless they're going to say he was killed outside, which maybe
right.
that is what they're going to say.
Oh God.
But her taillight somehow got all over him. Maybe he went to Karen's house and banged her and broke the taillight then.
Maybe that's how they broke the taillight, right?
Oh, right.
Right.
Maybe that's where her ass went.
Right. Oh,
That's why
damn.
there's no ass anymore.
It got taken out by the
It
taillight.
got broken with the taillight.
Right.
And you know what? The police never bothered to investigate this angle. So what a botched investigation.
I like to set up my women for murder and do weird shit in the driveway. It's kind of my thing.
It's almost like she would have to be in on it too, because they have him at the Sally Port. He's calling someone, maybe it was Karen, and she's like, "Yeah, come over." I just
oh my God, dude,
did it. And then he goes to her house, breaks the taillight, puts it all over him, and he's like, "Ha ha ha! I got the ass and I framed her."
Right.
Like, is that the plan? Like, I don't understand.
Why? Like they could never really answer why anyone would want to frame Karen. Like what the reason is.
No kidding. I know. Like there's it's so reaching. It's just that, well, it's because it's a crime family. What? There's no evidence of that. But they are. They are. Why? How? Because a blogger said. Like, this is so dumb. Dude.
I was
The more you
talking to
look at it,
someone
the more stupid it is.
last night from Canton, and I'm like, "Do the Alberts really have power?" And she's like, "No." She's like, "Maybe if you want to be a coach of a team or something."
Right.
She's like, "That's about it." Like,
they're really involved in local sports for kids. Like, wow, that's hardcore.
Yeah, Jen
man.
McCabe had power because she was the basketball coach. I mean, maybe that's what it is. The basketball coach and Higgins got together to take the kids. Maybe they just love these kids so much they just didn't want them to have parents.
Right. They
It's
wanted
like
them all
so
to
stupid.
themselves. That's yeah.
And the thing is, like, all these people like stepped in when their parents died and helped raise them,
Yeah.
and it's like they came together as a community,
Right.
and
Somewhere
they're
along
all
the
good
line, they
people.
went mega evil. Yeah. Just like overnight. There's no history of them being criminal or evil, but overnight they just snapped to, became a crime syndicate for no reason, and framed a woman for no reason. This is the dumbest shit in the world. How anybody buys in it, and especially now, after the first trial, after all the evidence has come out, after the fact that, I don't know, the feds investigated and couldn't find corruption with Proctor. They found nasty text messages, but no proof of a conspiracy. That doesn't slow them down, right? That doesn't even put a pause in them. Like, it still is the way we say it is because we say it. Like, it's too stupid. It's painful.
So the feed must be a bit delayed versus Zoom.
Yeah.
I'm just so confused right now.
Me too.
Is the cult going to be happy that they just completely changed the theory? Are they even going to notice? Are they just going to?
They don't care. They don't care.
It is unbelievable.
That's what blows me away. Is they don't give a shit. If it turns on a dime, it does a 180. They don't care. It all used to be about.
Right. So, jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit. And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
I don't really understand why we're doing it like this.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
I mean, I think that the only reason that he would be doing it like this is he's going to say, you guys didn't investigate Higgins when he just gave you part of his phone. He was at the Sally Fort. You didn't investigate this other culprit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's where it's going to go.
Yeah, I think right. That makes the most sense.
Just off the top of my head, what would the probable cause have been to investigate the other guy? Just like to investigate inside the house, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
Well, you don't need probable cause to investigate. Probable cause is a standard for any sort of like invasion because we have constitutional rights to like our property and like so they can't.
I don't
like,
have those, so that's foreign to me.
Yeah, right. Unlawful searches. So that's where probable cause comes in. It's the threshold for them to be able to do like a search or a seizure or file a charge against you.
To
you
breach like the Fourth Amendment.
To investigate, but I don't think there's much more. Like it doesn't really fit into very much at all. Except kind of reinforcing that the relationship between John and Karen wasn't good.
No, right. Okay, so this wouldn't be a problem. Would this be reasonable? Or oh god, I just got all my words screwed up there. There goes my first brain fart of the morning, guys. Reasonable suspicion, I guess, would be what they would have.
Well, Raz is more to be able to like pull you over or stop you or ID you. They need reasonable articulable suspicion. That's a different standard. Like, I mean, technically I'm sure they did question Higgins. I mean, they did investigate Higgins. They questioned him, right? They spoke to him. And I believe he had a lawyer with him when they did.
First, we're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray
appear to be Mr. Reed, text and response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
no? Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
Yeah. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha, I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha, what does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. Excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with zero heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have, never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, that repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would Daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes 2 of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Our jurors were right at 1 o'clock, so we can go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
What the hell was that?
Yeah, it was actually just as cringy with Buchanan reading it.
Dude, there's so much that sucked that I don't even know what to be pissed off about first. It annoyed the shit out of me. I can say that. It was so...
Well, let me start. First off, I don't know how I missed it the first trial, but this bitch said she had colon cancer.
I don't think that was there last time.
I don't recall that either. I don't think so. There's some other things in there too. Like Bob Clinton's got shitty breath. Sorry, Bob. I'm sure your breath's fine, but that was lame for you. Something about Carrie and I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff. I don't know if Jeff's gay, but that's out there now. Jeff. Yeah, Karen. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say she said she doesn't do anything half-assed, and that can't be left alone. Come on, what? No, the lady that says she's got no pooper, it says that's just not right. This is a cartoon world. She hates people. I don't know who Leto is, but apparently she thinks he's a dink. I mean, and it made her
look
like
a baseline. She hates everyone.
That too. She hates kids. And dude, I don't know. I'm seeing comments like, Higgins, man, you got no game. Let me just say this though, okay? All right. You got to be inspired to have game, okay? If you've got some personality devoid, lame, fucking clingy loser nerd woman, like I just read in there, how is that going to inspire anything?
Nerd woman.
Seriously. Oh, I got street cred because I listen to Kid Rock. Get the fuck out of my universe. I don't want to know you. Go far away from me. How are you going to get inspired to kick game to that? Right? No. Gail the Snail is not going to get you to roll cool in your text. It's not going to happen, man. So I'm not going to harsh on Higgins for not being turned on by that assless weirdo. I'm sorry. That's just fuck off. Sorry, I had to rage. Just that was hard to get through.
It was. Did they finish? Did they get to the end?
I think they just sent her to prison. I think
that was the end of the text for sure, because the last one was John died.
Yeah, John died.
Okay. So they got through it. Thank God. I couldn't even stand it anymore. I got up, but I mean the colon cancer thing I think is shocking because they took that out last time. I don't think it's true, and it's like strange that the defense is bringing this. I mean, they're going to say that they should have investigated him. I'm sure.
For what? Being a nerd being annoyed by a thirsty nerd? Like, is that a crime? Is
chair is empty?
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I know this is Kate's favorite word too. Did Alan Jackson just flip? Right? Did he make a deal like, okay, I don't want to get canned, and maybe could we tone down the sanction talk? I'll just feed her to the lions. Fuck it. Like,
I mean, I think that they are going to focus on casting all the suspicion on Higgins now. I just think that that's where it's going. Like, they're going to be like, he was in Sallyport, he had access to a car, nobody knows where his Jeep was. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
But you got
I
to
don't know.
make you got to sell the fantasy that white bread Klingon barnacle woman inspired that dude to murder with
I know.
those texts.
I don't even think
No
he was
way.
that interested at all. He's
Not
kind of like,
really. No.
Oh, he
no.
clearly felt like he was being played with. And that's what I mean. Like, it doesn't really indicate a very hot and heavy, passionate, I'm going to kill for you type of relationship.
No.
yeah, it was very like, you're random, you're saying random stuff. Like, I don't get it. Like, you know, it wasn't like, oh my God, you have the best personality. I'm so into you.
Right.
There literally saying, I hate all people.
Yeah.
I hate
There
your
was no
kids.
spark
Like,
there. Exactly. Right. It's just, my butt fell off. I drink a whole fucking lot. Do you want to hang out? I think I like you. You're hot. Like, what do you do with that? What are you
Right.
supposed
The
how are
only
you
thing
supposed to
this is
respond to that?
established is like alcoholism for sure.
Yes.
That's like,
Yes.
Big
Yeah.
time.
I mean, I just don't get the whole like, oh, Higgins got no game. I mean, no, but you blame him? Would you be inspired by that shit? And be honest, if you're out there saying, oh, Higgins, man, you got to admit then you'd be inspired by that. This assless weirdo is like, playing games with you forever and a day. And it's not even like the shit she's knocking back and forth with him isn't even fun or funny or engaging. There's nothing there. It's just like, dude, no. Some people have options, Karen. Okay, they have options, so you're not worth it. You're just not.
I
You're
mean,
draining.
if you look at her text, the ones where she's like going on and on and on the most is about the kids. And so I feel
know.
like it's just such a weird thing. Like, why date someone with kids then?
Exactly.
Like, they're not going away. If you hate
if
kids,
that's how you are, exactly.
Get out.
Yeah, you're not doing that guy's life any justice, not doing him any favors, and you're getting involved in like a motherly role with children that you don't want to be around. You think that's good for kids? Like, just no, go away, leave them alone, dude. Like, selfish again, right? We're seeing how selfish she is.
Right.
And you notice when she talks about other people, she calls it the so-and-so show. It's the Carrie show.
Yeah.
It's the Curran show. That's projecting, like, come on, right? Like, she's so selfish. She's like, oh yeah, everybody else, it's all about them. No, Karen, it's all about you. You
she talked a lot of shit about
ass.
Carrie on that too. Carrie always talks about herself, blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah. Carrie, air quotes, talks about herself. Sure. Karen, no. Yeah, she is her biggest fan. Karen is her own biggest fan. This is ridiculous, dude.
She's basically trying to use Higgins as a therapist and a meat rocket at the same time. It doesn't make any sense.
A meat rocket having therapist, exactly, right?
He even tried to imply that she and John had an open relationship too. Like, that's like when Higgins, like, I don't like, you don't feel bad about this, and maybe, like, kind of saying like, maybe we shouldn't do this. She's like, it's fine. He's probably seeing other people too. Well, I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't want to know, and neither would he. He likes you though. Like,
yeah, that was weird, dude. Poor Bob. No, not poor Bob doesn't have to leave town because we got to consider the source. Who said Bob had some shitty breath? No pooper Reed. So I'm sure Bob's just fine. I'm sure Bob's cool.
Yeah, no disrespect, Bob.
I mean, I'm thinking like this is where like the swinger rumor came from. Probably they were trying to get ahead of this, so they're like, "Oh, they're all swingers. I'll do this.
Dude.
Everyone in Canada does this. It's not just Karen."
Exactly. Yeah.
But like Karen's making it out like she's not jealous, but then we know that she freaked out being jealous. So it's like she's like, it's all about the kids. Like, that's what aggravates me the most is like he's trying to stick me with them. Like, she hated those kids. Like, why be in that relationship?
And I mean, it might be a small detail, but like if Karen's trying to, paint the picture that like they were in an open relationship or whatever, like, I don't know about you guys, but does this make sense? Swingers being jealous. How long is that swinger relationship going to last?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and then
are swingers known to be jealous? Probably not.
But she also said we don't like hanging out with couples. We like hanging out with single men. So it's like, did she just not get along with women?
It got weird fast.
Yeah.
That's not swingers then. That's just she's a hoe.
There
She
you
tries
go.
to get John
Right.
drunk
Yeah.
and then bang his friends while he's passed out on the couch.
Yep. Yep.
Like, it's so creepy.
So weird. So
This is
weird.
our purpose in life, though. So, the weed wacko.
Yeah. Yeah. The weed whacker. She's Melbatos too. Like, just the most white bread shit that you could think of saying. She says it like the street cred, because I listened to Kid Rock, made me vomit in my throat. I had a verp. I had oh god damn it. Like, puke in my suit. That is so lame. That is so back in the day. Oh god, fuck off.
That's not even. That's just gross.
It's just lame. It's just lame. It's so lame. It's painful. Lame is
And the
pain.
colon cancer thing, I mean, I think that's just such a wild thing. You're trying to seduce someone, and you're like, yeah, I had colon cancer. Right after he talks about his parents dying of cancer. So it's like,
Yeah.
it's really a weird thing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Like, that's
Yes.
not a turn on.
Yes.
That's like manipulating.
That is so weird. Yeah, right. Like, you want to hook up with someone, you're going to start talking about that shit. No, you're not. Not if you're on planet Earth, you're not. Like,
especially if it's not
Well, I'm
true.
saying when John wanted to
Right,
break up with her,
especially.
all of a sudden she's saying that she had a brain tumor, and wouldn't you
Mhm.
know that's exactly what his sister died from? And then
Oh,
they
yeah.
decide they're
Oh
not
my
going to break
God.
up,
Yes,
and
you're right.
brain tumor never
Oh,
gets
God.
mentioned again until she wants bail. Like,
It's sick.
yeah,
That
it's
is
pretty
sick.
weird. I mean,
Yeah,
18
and-
surgeries. She's had brain cancer, colon cancer,
Mhm.
but she drinks like a fish and is out every night. Like, wow, what a life,
Yes.
Karen.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't that going to
You're the
conflict with
luckiest woman on
medications?
earth.
Yeah, no doubt, right? Like, holy hell. And I
They
think
should
I
do
mentioned,
research on her body. Like, I don't know how somebody can survive that much cancer without any signs of it or treatment for it whatsoever.
Right.
Like, that's incredible.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think I mentioned last time, because I recall this part of the text. She even did the whole villain thing, like me and you are the same, like she had that moment and they're trying to push that. And again, that's another manipulative, weird thing that nerds do. It's stupid. It's such low tier social engineering. I hate it. Like, no, get lost. That sucks, dude.
So I actually, because now that it's on lunch, I actually have to physically leave my computer. So I'm going to leave this running, and I'm going to, unfortunately, there'll be some music, but I'm going to unmute it just in case so it keeps playing.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys just want to, like, if you still want to talk or if you want to take lunch too, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, no, I'm good to bounce too. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, we'll be back. I'm going to keep the Karen cam on. All right.
Yeah, we'll go shake the douche chills off. All right. Later, guys.
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and, and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I, Coach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "you coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., right?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "you coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay. So really sorry about the sound issue, guys. Like I said, I had to leave. Yeah, I had to leave. But I'm back now. Just in time to see them press him on the Brian Higgins, Brian Albert thing. So that's good. I'm gonna get the camera with Karen back up too. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Who's beeping?
Well, that is that's
So didn't it just seem like there was a call missing, maybe deleted? I couldn't tell. He's like, there was no call or no
Yeah,
text
I'm
or
not
something.
sure. Oh, why is this not working now?
Canoni, someone in the chat says Canoni will allow third party based off that one text. What's the one text? Is
Yeah.
it? I think it's the one where, but they don't have an extraction of Brian's Higgins phone, I don't think. Or maybe the federal extraction's not there. I don't know. I have to go back and look, unless someone in the chat knows. So it's the you coming here text. So was that not? I mean, I know that wasn't in his extraction because he only extracted the calls to Karen. But is he trying to twist that into like it was deleted because it wasn't in the Karen extraction, or is he talking about a different extraction?
I don't know.
Oh, so I guess it is a nothing burger. It's just the way he framed the response.
Right. Okay.
So they're gonna trash Higgins now. I mean, I just think it's hilarious. Do it because she's on all these interviews, never said a word about Higgins. She's talking about Jen McCabe, Brian Albert.
Right.
They're talking about the dog, or Alan Jackson is anyway. I don't think Karen ever said it. And play those. Let's listen to those. It's me or you, Jen. But oh, actually, it's Higgins.
right.
Like, the jury's gonna be like, she's just blaming everyone. Like, it's not gonna work.
I'm convinced that AJ is trying to banish her to prison. I think he wants her out of his life. I don't know what brought him to want to hook up with her in the first place, but I think he's having buyer's remorse. And yeah, he's trying to excise that barnacle into the void. Why would he do this? Is this a defense strategy? I've never seen anything like this before. You look at your own client, say, isn't it true? You're a hopeless, thirsty alcoholic that hates children. Case dismissed.
Sure.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jeff.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Come over to sidebar, please.
This is going great.
You're right. So they must not really have much intention to call these people themselves, right? If they're trying to elicit this through.
Yeah.
I'm a little
It's
bit
weird
confused.
though, isn't it?
All weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. Makes
Like,
no
why do it
sense.
through him?
I don't know.
I mean, I think they, like, you know how last time they hardly called any witnesses? I think the defense is probably just trying to get everything out. Last time Lally did their job for them.
Right.
Right.
And Hank's onto it, so he's not going to call those people that are going to cast any doubt or cause any questions. But they could call him. I mean, I just feel like, how can you ask someone else about what someone else did to their phone?
Right, exactly.
Like, how would you know? Like, he has every right to do it. So, like, what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
The defense was never granted access to their phones. That would be my answer, and I would just keep saying
there's
it
no
until they
reason
had a
for it.
convulsion.
Right. Yeah, these moves AJ's making, they just confuse the shit out of me. I don't, and other than he wants her in jail or prison, I don't see why he's doing this.
This literally is going to take all day. Like, holy crap.
Yeah. Yeah. And this, you think this is going to be perceived by the jury as punishment? Like the defense is punishing us constantly.
I don't know. It's kind of slick with the whole destroyed their phone thing. Because what, you're going to leave that hanging like that? It's not accurate. It's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, didn't it seem like Karen deleted these Higgins texts? Like, where's her phone? Like, what is this?
I know. Seriously.
Like in the text chain, she's like, "Oh yeah, I deleted those." So we know she deleted at least some of them. So she's a sneaky little whatever. They're probably all deleted. She probably scrubbed her phone before she turned this one over. But are they ever going to testify to that? Are they ever going to talk about it?
I have no idea.
She has like such privilege. It's like,
yeah,
she is the most privileged murder defendant I've ever seen.
Agreed. Yeah.
I was just in that chat on TikTok and these people got into the room and they started saying, this could happen to any person.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
right.
And I just started crashing out because I'm like,
any of
this
us.
is such bullshit. Like, she is so privileged for the evidence that they had.
Yep.
She's still free and still enjoying life. And she has all these supporters for being a drunk. Like, it's sick.
Yep. For being a drunk, selfish, no ass having nerd.
Nerd.
She is, man. She's a nerd. She's a nerd.
Nerds are usually pretty smart. So I
Not
Wow.
whatever the hell she is. She's, I don't know.
I don't think nerds are smart. I used to think that. I mean, that was a stereotype, but most of them are. They're not smart. They just know a lot about The Office and about South Park, and about details about like unimportant things.
You're pretty much talking about Gary now. Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't the person, it was the extractions between the 3 devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all 3 devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those 2 devices.
Meaning
If you
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
A big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics, so they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration in his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talk to when you talk to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you from that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I put you on?
Yes.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it, he was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the lawn. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how you described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area. Right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert, and by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like rough housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the Waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes.
and current law enforcement.
Yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we can take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Okay, let's
to
play
identify each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on.
Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer.
Right. Which direction is he looking?
In the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed in the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
More big-brained Jackson moves, I guess. Or get treated to that.
Which one was the top in the Albert and Higgins foreplay session?
Oh my gosh. Okay, listen.
You mean the blood
I don't
sport?
want to be
Death match?
I don't want to be like, like certainly this is not even, but like I would have assumed that he was more interested in Brian Albert than Karen from those.
I know. I mean, I don't remember seeing that before.
I do.
Yeah,
it's the hug from behind that got a
That's
little.
what I was gonna say. That like
It was
the
for a
play
long
fighting,
time. Yuri's like, I don't know what they're doing.
the play fighting stuff, like that struck as like, oh, okay, yeah, you're just horsing around, big deal. But yeah, let's just call it the rear embrace. It was a little prolonged,
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
but
I
again,
don't know.
like that would just make me think, like, oh, okay, he wasn't that hung up on Karen because he turned his attention to Brian Albert.
I thought I heard people laugh when he
elsewhere.
said that too. He's like, I don't know what they're doing. A hip thrust?
Yeah, right. Oh, right. Yeah, right.
I thought I heard people laughing. I was like, oh my God.
It's not a wrestling move that I would do.
I mean, really, what was he doing? Like, if someone did that to me, I would.
know.
feel
Oh, yeah,
like
he said Heimlich, didn't he? He did.
He noticed the Heimlich.
Yeah, he's like, I don't
at
know.
first, but then
maybe,
it kept going and going and going, and it was like humping, and they were getting low, and I was like,
maybe they were doing the Heimlich. I don't.
maybe that's why they deleted their phones. They have each other's dick pics on their phones.
Oh,
I
damn,
mean,
dude.
that's entirely, but that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be. I'm not saying that
Shit.
I think that that's true, but it is equally as possible as anything else, really. Like, I really don't.
That would be the logical conclusion if you're an investigator. I'd be like, oh, so that's why he didn't care about Karen too much.
Right.
Crazy as hell.
He has
man.
something else going on.
Holy shit.
It's guilty of being none of my business. That's what
Right?
that is.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
weird.
man.
They're bringing in their whole third party thing through Yuri. It's weird. It's like, oh, did you know they had a dog now?
Yeah, it is really weird. And he's as Booster Shoes McGillicuddy over there he's shifting gears now, guys. He's going from the rear embrace, whatever, to hey, did you know they had a dog? If I was in the jury, man, I'd be just really wondering what the hell Alan's up to. Like, where are you?
Has the jury seen the arm yet?
No.
I don't believe
God.
so. No.
Oh, they're probably gonna pull it up now.
Yeah, but they're trying to like lay the foundation pretty much, I think, for some of the stuff. Like, this is how, because they have to develop it through testimony. So they got Yuri Buchanan first. And they're definitely kind of taking this from the angle of like, well, why didn't you investigate further? But unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait till Monday at this rate for a reader.
Right.
A lot of this will be cleaned up. Yeah, this is like Yuri Buchanan better get a lot of sleep this weekend. He's never getting off the stand.
No. It's so prolonged, man.
I mean, how much can they talk about the stupid dog, though? I hope that Hank has a good redirect where he's going to pull up the picture, because I have stills of the car, and like you can see that it only hit the bumper. You can see the snow disturbed.
Right.
So I feel like he has that. He might be waiting to present it, but it would be a good time to just.
I bet that's part of aperture, honestly.
Yeah.
And
That's what
again,
I'm saying. Like, he's presenting this without experts. Like, it's weird.
Right.
Like, maybe he's going to have them corroborate.
Well, I mean, it's just sort of, I think it's just sort of the way that this, like, it works with the order of the witnesses being called. And obviously the Commonwealth goes first in a lot of the defense, cases on cross. So I think Buchanan just sort of came up first, and that's where they're laying the foundation. I'm sure that, when the medical examiner comes in, they're going to press more about the dog. Like, I'm curious as to whether nobody must be intending to call Higgins, because I don't know why else they would bring the texts in now.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's to say that the investigation, I think that's what they're going to say. They didn't investigate all the leads.
Right.
And that means, so it's the Bowden defense, not really third party culprit.
Yeah, they're going a lot closer to the Bowden, like more of a Bowden defense this time, as far as like, why didn't you look into this? Why didn't you look into that?
Right. But they're bringing the dog into this again, right? So they're going to have to revisit again the data that puts John outside of the house, unless you split hairs and say, okay, he could have been in the house running up and downstairs doing the old Jackie Chan fight, and that's where you bring in the dog. Like the whole, like even putting the dog into the story, we're still back at the Benny Hill speed fight. Like, how is that how are you going to make that case now? So you try to convince the jury, yeah, okay, so this dog latched on, didn't have bottom teeth, only got on the one arm, only did damage there without leaving any DNA, no dog DNA. And it all happened within seconds of him running up and down the stairs. Like it's just back to Clown Town again. How are you gonna bring it back to a defense? It's not a defense. It's a shill game. It doesn't make any sense. You can't keep confusing the jury forever. Karen's gonna have to go to prison at some point. Okay, this trial's not gonna go on forever. She can't live at the court. This is dumb. Just prolonging everything.
I don't think they played that clip yet when she's arrested, when she's like, it was Brian and Colin Albert that did it.
Oh, you're in on the joke.
Like, so like, let's do all this Higgins stuff then and play that, and then play her clips of trashing Brian Albert and then Jen McCabe. It's like, okay, but it's Higgins. Like, the jury is not stupid, I hope. I mean, the last one was a little bit stupid, but
yeah.
Just that Ronnie guy, really.
Ronnie is the worst.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Fuck off, Ronnie. That's all I got for Ronnie.
I mean, he said that because hypothermia did it and John wanted to drink more, that's why he voted not guilty, which makes zero sense. But then he went on Inside Edition and said, I believe there was a conspiracy. So,
you know what? I also don't trust anybody who goes from 0 to 60 on the like, hey, I need attention tour and dresses like Orville fucking Redenbacher. That's a tip off. I don't want to know you. Get out of here, Ronnie, you dork.
The bow tie collection.
Yeah, the whole Orville Redenbacher thing. I'm not with it, Ronnie. Yeah, he's intentional. That's what I mean. Like, you come flying out of a can and just, you give me all the attention. You're weird. You're weird. It's bizarre. Yeah, this has been a strange day. I mean, I didn't anticipate the defense would spend that much time getting Buchanan to read those texts that just make her look like a complete psychopath, jealous, alcoholic weirdo. Okay. And then you go from that to, well, we're going to revisit the dog, because sooner or later, trust me, guys, trust me, I'm going to make that Benny Hill speed fight make sense to you. No, you're not. You're not going to, it's not going to happen. This is just stupid. Just drop her off at prison. Just roll her up to the front door, kick her ass out, and give her a room.
I mean, he needs to call Mr. Reed next. Call Mr. Reed next and be like, Mr. Reed, when was your daughter diagnosed with colon cancer?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Does she often, fake illnesses that are connected to people who actually had friends and family with the same illness? Does she have a habit of doing that? How weird is this bitch?
How long has your daughter been a trauma vampire for?
Yes, the trauma vampire.
Her whole life, or just recently?
Just is this a new thing?
I don't even know. I think they'd run into issues because, like, as far as I know, you can't impeach your own witness. So how would that be with Bill Reed?
I don't know. I mean, can't you show him the video and be like, this is you?
Right.
Your words.
It's pretty much this whole trial, isn't it? It's the video of her. This is you. Everything.
I mean, what is he going to say if he's like, when was your daughter diagnosed with colon cancer? Like, he can't just make up a random date. Like, what are you going to say?
He probably would.
No doubt.
He probably would do it like a completely straight face too.
I'm just thinking, when did she go through chemo? Right. Did her chemo? I mean, I don't even know if you can ask stuff about a disease though, because of HIPAA laws. I have no idea.
Well, that's only for the healthcare providers, the HIPAA, but I don't think that it would be relevant. I don't think that would come in. Oh, there we go.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yeah. Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing this?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date and delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, right?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically. Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antano and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken, Sergeant. Take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, can I see that, please?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antonio, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from?
Sure.
Jurors, especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for that is my practice. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week. We'll leave a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use and we'll have a see you Monday at 10.
God.
Goodbye.
The derp. The derp. It hurts.
I feel like this pace is intentional.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I feel like I'm hemorrhaging IQ points, and I can't afford that. I'm not the kind of person that could lose more. No way. You've heard me. You know I don't have to explain
I
it.
mean, I think they're just again like they're just laying the foundation to bring a lot of or attempt to bring a lot of this out. It's just so unnecessary and boring, and it is. It's a weird place in the case.
Yeah. I don't think I can handle another gear change. Stupid. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Jump the shark. Jump the shark. Jump the Pacific Ocean.
They are
Damn.
definitely honing in on Higgins and Brian Albert, though.
They are, but I mean, like, to what end, though, right? Like, they're still gonna have to bring it back to here's our defense in the face of all the data that shows
Right.
him either more likely never making it into the house. That seems to be the more probable outcome. But if you want to split hairs, he was in there for seconds and it was a Benny Hill fight. Like, it still has to be defended, and that's not going to hold up. It's ridiculous. So yeah, they leave it as the cliffhanger, I guess. So that I don't know what they're hoping for with the jury, but I'm convinced Alan Jackson wants her in prison now because nothing makes sense other than that.
It's definitely just really slow, redundant. Like, they're trying to make these big revelations about the dog, which are silly. It sounds like either the dog went with a rescue or somebody took the dog and then couldn't keep the dog any longer. So the dog went with what sounds like a veterinarian. I was a little bit confused as to why he's asking about the name and location being omitted. I think we all know why.
Oh, let me guess. I'll take a shot in the dark. Could it be to add more people to the harassment list? Huh?
Right.
More people to
Or
pressure
keep them
and-
from being added, Yeah.
or keep them. Well, yeah, right. Yeah. It's just, oh my God. The dirt, like I said, the derp, it hurts, man. Like, I'm feeling pain from this.
Right.
I can't imagine what the family's feeling having to sit through that bullshit. I mean, it's bad enough they have to come back and go through this again. You're gonna make it a circus. What is? I shouldn't even say circus. Circuses can be entertaining. That was ridiculous, man.
Yes,
Time stood
Yuri.
still. It stood still.
Higgins was hooked up to his CPAP at some point. Yeah, the fighting stance, all that. And again, like we're,
That's so dumb.
redirect will clean a lot of this up, I'm sure.
Of course.
Have to wait a long time to get there.
Yeah. Like, what are they trying to say with the play fighting stuff anyway? You know what I mean? Like, what they were practicing for the main event. Like, what are you trying to infer?
They were in a bloodthirsty rage.
Yeah. Yeah, they couldn't hold it in anymore. They're like, I gotta spar a little bit. No, come on. And again, like, this just kind of buttresses in with all the stupidity about like how he looks like, John was in a fight and that his wounds are, on par with a fight, which if anybody knows even just a little, like a scintilla about fights, they know better already. And then you're talking about how like this play fighting at the bar, like, what are you trying, what point are you trying to make there? Right? It's ridiculous. There's nothing there, dude. Oh, look, they're play fighting. Holy shit. Stop the presses. That's what guilty people do. Like, what are you trying to say? There's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean,
redirect will be interesting if we ever get there. Somebody said next Friday. Yeah, it feels like it at this point.
I was watching that video where he asked Buchanan, do you see my client? And she's up in the corner there. And I was watching that and I was thinking, like, just the way the defense looks at anything, how can you twist that? Well, if you look at it, looks like there's a female right next to John, right? She walks up, her right hand goes to her back pocket and kind of unfurls something under her jacket. Oh, maybe she pulled out a box cutter. Maybe that's when she was threatening the other woman. You know what I mean? Like, you can make up, it's called creative writing. It's bullshit, right? It's bullshit. You can make anything look like anything, but you need proof. You need evidence. Come on.
And none of this actually places John in the house. So yeah, it does
None
feel
of
like a
it.
waste of time. But
None of it. It's just frustrating because they're spending this much time dragging people through this shit for the most ridiculous defense on earth.
I thought it was interesting too that he was pushing for like any transfer paperwork. I mean, that usually doesn't exist.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but
I've no. So I mean, usually, even if you were to pull a dog from a rescue, you're usually getting like vet records. There's nothing necessarily, and certainly if you rehome the dog to somebody that you knew or were referred to, it's not like there's no like transfer of ownership. It's not it's a dog, not a car. So I mean, the vet records are pretty bulletproof because what would happen is much like your medical records, the dog would be seen by a vet when the dog is in the Albert's care. And then when the dog moves homes, those records kind of move veterinarians with them, just like my medical records would move with us around practices, right? So, I mean, but there's no like purchase and sales agreement on a rescue dog. I mean, it was bizarre that his line of questioning, but Yuri said that he doesn't own pet. He wouldn't know that, but you're not going to really have paperwork. It doesn't exist.
I thought that was kind of snippy again of Jackson saying, well, you can get rid of they got rid of their dog, right? And Yuri kind of, I don't know if they got rid of the dog. Well, like get rid of a car. Like he's really trying to project like a cold and callousness to it when that's not necessarily the case. Did they get rid of the dog or did they rehome the dog? I would say they rehome the dog, but just trying to put any angle he can, any negative slant he can, just for optics, because that's what he does. This is the performance, right? The theatrics, the Hollywood Jackson distraction Jackson move.
No, Martin Smallwood. Chloe did not eat the records. It's just that generally speaking, they don't exist. Like it's not something that you would do, particularly with a rescue. So it's not like they purchased the dog from a breeder and therefore have some sort of like written contract about I'm going to pay you this and then you can get the dog. Like that's not happening here. Oh, speaking of dogs, it's just not something that you would do. You would rehome a dog and the records would be vet records that kind of go with that. And then I suppose providing that everybody's licensing their dog, and it depends too, because I know Chloe or Cora, whatever they've renamed the dog, which also isn't very unusual, by the way, to get a dog and rename it. But I'm not sure if where the dog is in Vermont, they require dog licensure, but like, you'd have a dog license trail, maybe, depending. I don't know, but there's no transfer records that you would see rehoming a dog. So it's not that Chloe ate them or that they're missing, it's that they don't exist. It's not a thing. Right. Thank you, Miranda. People don't sign documents when they rehome. Vet records with vaccines and checkups are what got transferred over. Exactly.
I like the comments. Yuri's getting fried up there, and like Jackson's not done yet. You'll see. It's like I've seen all day Jackson go nowhere. So you're gonna tell me Monday he's just gonna fly out of a cannon? He's gonna have this all put in order, and it's all gonna make sense? Bullshit. I can only suspend so much disbelief, man. No.
And Taryn, registration papers are like a whole different thing. I know for a fact Chloe was a mix. So she's not a purebred German Shepherd. She's a mix. She wouldn't have registration papers at all.
Didn't they find Chloe? Like what? I might have missed this last part. So what is he saying? Like he doesn't know where Chloe is? Scooby-Doo. AJ is trying to say it isn't Chloe. Oh my god.
Oh, look, we both left you hanging.
I don't know. I mean, there's no dog DNA, so I mean, what are we even doing here?
Oh, the dog. Yeah, right. The dog that bites without bottom teeth and leaves no trace behind, no DNA. Right. That dog. Yeah. Today, I think what the takeaways from today is Karen's an alcoholic, manipulative weirdo that flirts with the charisma of a puppy mill fire. And the dog, that went nowhere.
Yeah, I mean,
great defense. Great. Good job.
She's going to prison.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, that's the thing too, is like all this stuff that they are trying to bring up now, like the phone, the dog. Like now the dog has nothing to do with Brian Higgins either.
Right.
So
right.
The dog and Brian Higgins killed him. And the dog has no DNA. And they didn't get the dog till 8 months later. And then they sold their house a year later. All for Brian Higgins. Right. Like and then Jen McCabe was casually Googling How Long to Die in the Cold.
Yes.
No, yeah, they pretty much killed that, I think. You know, like any reasonable jury, particularly because we already know that if the defense pulls anyone up to try to still force that square peg into the round hole, it's going to be Richard Green. Like, we can call that issue dead. It's been dead since last time, really, but definitely for this jury now. Like, Google search done. The dog, yeah, they've got some hurdles with the lack of dog DNA. The fact that they're not puncture wounds like you would get from a dog anyway. And then, you know, the fact that he never went in the house, like it kind of kills that with the dog bite. So what we're left with really here is a very tenuous motive that they're trying to build for Brian Higgins. That again, from those texts, no reasonable person can be like, oh yeah, that's a motive for murder. Sure thing. It's not.
I don't even think it's a motive for a fight. Like it's not like, if anything, well, if John O'Keefe was mad, maybe he went after Brian Higgins, but that's not what you see in that video at all.
So then why would you kill the guy and dump him on the lawn? If he punches first, then guess who's the one who's guilty of assault?
I know. I think Brian Higgins would just start humping him. So it's like,
oh no.
I mean, that's what I think would happen.
To show dominance.
Or whatever it is that they're doing. Yeah, no, but I mean, like, if anything contained within those texts, you can see that at one point when she tells Higgins that John is showing her footage of the two of them walking out of his house, Brian Higgins responds with, oh my God, I don't want any drama. So obviously he's not looking for a confrontation over this. He doesn't even want words.
Yeah. He's just like, shut it, you wacko.
No, but I'm saying, you know, he's obviously concerned enough about John finding out that like that's his first thing. And I'm sure that his first thought reasonably is not going to be, wow, gosh, drama, meaning I'm going to have to kill John. Like, that's not what he's talking about, right? Like, so I'm assuming that his concern, as most people's would be in that moment, would be verbal confrontation, an uncomfortable confrontation verbally, not a fight or anything else. And he didn't even want that. So, I mean, there's no motive contained within there that I can see. And again, it obviously wasn't a very close, developed romantic relationship. It was just literally two adult children drunk flirting in the middle of the night for like a couple weeks.
Yeah. And I mean, Karen never said there was any arguments at the bar. Nobody at the bar ever said there was any arguments at the bar. So for them to just start saying it now, it's ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, the cult isn't going to care that that's changed.
They don't care how much gets disproven in real time. They don't care.
Karen gets away with murder. That's all they care about.
Yes, that's it. At the end of the day, that is it. Because they were yelling forever about how the 227 search is what got, like, how many times have you heard this? That's what got me interested in the case. That's what made me think, there might be a conspiracy.
Right.
It was a 227 search, right? The vilification of Chris Albert's son, right?
Yeah.
That was like the focus was like, this young guy, he's evil, he's a killer, you know. I mean, those words were used. He's a killer, right? And that gets debunked too, and that doesn't matter. So your 227's gone. You know, Chris Albert's son. I think I said Brian. Chris Albert's son. It's debunked. You know, that's put to rest. He's not guilty of anything. And they're still hanging on. They're still hanging on. They said forever. Oh, the dogs. They killed the dog, right? They killed the dog. Dog's been found. That's been put to bed. Like, what else do you need to hear?
Well, they're trying to build up with the dog anyway. They're trying to build up that doubt. Like, do they have the right dog?
Oh my God.
And
but even
the
still,
Jackson's accomplishing that is by, in part, asking Buchanan if they accessed records that reasonably would never exist.
Mm-hmm. But even if they attack the okay, that's not Chloe. You killed Chloe. This is an imposter. Well, now you're going back to that the dog was involved and it was a dog bite, and you got to prove that, and that's impossible. It's impossible for so many reasons. One reason is he wasn't in the house to be bitten by the dog. Okay, he wasn't in a fight either. The dogs have teeth on upper and lower jaw. They leave DNA
I think it's
behind.
important to remember what their objective truly is here, because their objective is not to prove anything per se. In a just world, they would have to, because they've accused all these people very publicly of this stuff. In the civil trials that undoubtedly will follow, they would have to prove that this is true, particularly like, the Turtle Boys and whoever else, Melanie Littles of the world, right? But for this trial, this proceeding, what's going on now, they're not looking to prove anything. They just want to create enough doubt that the question, which is why I think he is leaning so hard on Buchanan with this stuff, is like, here are all these alternate theories that you didn't investigate and you should have. And I think what's going to really hopefully fall short with that is that these are not reasonable conclusions to draw or worthwhile paths to walk down if you're investigating this case.
Yeah, no, they're moronic is what they are. Yeah.
Who is Gary Glad? Gary, you're so angry. Gary wants me to start.
Super cool guy.
It's
I know.
Same with Turtle Boy, Meat Riders. No, honey, no. That's not what's going on here.
So 227, I am still up in the air about it because Celebrate has huge contracts with the U.S. and they removed the artifact and it still shows on Axiom. And I think that they have explained that ad nauseum, because the artifact still exists. It still means the same exact thing, and it's always going to mean the same thing. That is when the tab took focused, and whatever's on that tab will show next to that artifact. So they removed it so that murderers can't misinterpret it on purpose, like Richard Green did for Karen Reed. Axiom has guidance on what that tab means. It's the same thing.
Did they miss the demonstration where it was proven in real time in court how it happened? Did they miss that part?
I thought it was very clear on both of their parts, but like people like, oh, Jessica Hyde, she was a joke. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And it's just this, like, people aren't fully watching. They're hearing clips. They're seeing clips. They're seeing these people get made fun of by Turtle Boy and all of the scumbags like him. So it's like they can't think for themselves, and that's the bottom line.
Well, yeah, the whole artifact still exists thing that they're trying to throw around. They just either they're willfully ignoring what an artifact is, or they still genuinely do not understand. That's all. Yeah. Especially because
they don't understand or don't want to know. Yeah.
Right. Jessica Hyde went into great detail explaining that, the data is the data, and the forensic data analysts come up with a meaning for it. Not come up, but figure out the meaning for it, right? And apply some meaning to it. So the artifact in and of itself is meaningless, and that timestamp is meaningless until they do the testing and determine what it means. And what it means is when that tab was opened. So, I mean, it's very clear at this point, and they will never be able to refute it. The only way that I will accept that 2:27 a.m. was the time of search is if Richard Green gets on that stand and is able to replicate the results that he's claiming in his conclusion. That's because Ian Whiffen did it.
Be a good
right?
start. That would be a good start.
Oh,
But
they all said the
we've
same
got
thing.
Professor Gary Glitter over here. We can always
Jessica Hyde got flushed out of a courtroom. Like, they don't even understand basic things that happen. The Daubert hearing does not mean she was flushed out of the courtroom. They had one piece of data that they didn't allow into the trial, just like they don't allow genetic genealogy in all trials. There's certain things that the judge can be like, there's not enough precedent to accept this piece of data. It doesn't mean she was wrong. It doesn't mean anything about her.
Right.
It's just the way it works. God, these people are stupid.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Yeah, Gary Glitter. Yes, that is your new name now. Gary Glitter.
Yes, JP, I do have a Discord server. There's a anti-Karen Reed channel in there. People can join if they want. Full disclosure, it is definitely got some turtle riders in there, specifically Jen Altman, who like to just screenshot and then apply insane spin on whatever's being said in there. But on Discord you're anonymous, so it doesn't really bother most people. And it's easy to identify because once I figure out who the turtle riders are, I usually change their names in the server to their government names so they can't hide anymore.
Karen has a pattern of mirroring other illnesses.
That's
that
creepy.
was weird.
That's not a good. That's not good, right? Like I've never even heard of that before. I've heard of people doing some weird, sick things, but that is so specific. That's got to be some kind of.
I've heard of that before, where people, in general, most of the things that Karen Reed does, that we know she does, is manipulative. So guilting people, acting like you're the victim, buying your way into people's good graces so that they feel like they owe you something. All of those are traits of a narcissist.
But that's is there a pattern of mirroring others' illnesses, and not only that, not only others' illnesses, but others who are related to the people that she's speaking to. Right? Come on. That's another level. That's a whole other level. Right? You're mirroring illnesses of people that you're trying to manipulate. That's darker to me.
Maybe Chloe's going to testify next week.
Yeah, right.
We'll bring her in, put her on the stand.
God.
Question her. We'll have cops walk by and see if she bites any of them.
Again, when they get to the dog part, Jim Crosby is one of the top in that discipline. So I'm sure he'll have a pretty good presentation. I know Garrett Wing is probably going to testify, and I'm interested to see how that works out, just because although I don't consider him particularly qualified to opine on this, he is probably going to come off as pretty likable to the jury.
Yeah, Garrett Wing, I just think is wacky. And he's on Melanie Little's channel saying that those are lacerations, and not a single medical examiner has said that. So
he's the dog trainer that was on Little's show, right?
Yeah.
That's that. Okay, it took me a minute. I was like, who is that dude? Right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
They can't have him
got a
and
little-
Dr. Russell, though. I don't think that they can have them both because they have conflicting views. Like he said, those aren't scratches beyond reasonable doubt unless it was a lion or a bear. So he's saying those are all dog bites, which is, that's going to be hilarious to see him crossed on that.
Right.
Like, let's do it. Giddy up.
Crosby's not a dog walker. He has actually essentially the same qualifications. Well, I shouldn't say that. He has the same beginning to his career as Wing does. They were both law enforcement officers, right, that worked with dogs and then went over. The difference is that Crosby has a PhD in veterinary forensics, I believe it is, and Garrett Wing does not.
But does he have a YouTube channel?
He does not have a YouTube channel.
Oh, there you go. So that's what counts, right?
That's not valid.
Yeah,
No social
he doesn't
media.
have a YouTube channel. Yeah.
Yeah, Leslie is not going to fold Crosby like an ironing board. Alessi is literally like, I mean, the jury hates Alessi.
Oh,
They
dude.
hate him.
I hate them all. I mean, Alan Jackson has been terrible this time too, and I think it's because he doesn't have like women to harass as
Right.
much. Because I think that's where he really gets off.
That's where he shines the most. Yeah.
That's where he shines, harassing innocent women. But
yeah.
So he has been pretty boring too, and pretty painful.
Yeah. No rape victims to shame and embarrass anywhere near. He loses some of his power that way.
I don't know.
Gary Gladden, Karen will never beat this case. She'll either get a hung jury or convicted. She won't be a rich woman because she has sold her house and gotten rid of all of her assets and literally been scamming you idiots for 2 years to live in a hotel. And you can't sue the government. I mean, I don't know what you people think. If she were acquitted, which like I would put money that I don't even have on her never getting acquitted. Like that's never going to happen. But even if she were acquitted, like she has no standing to sue anybody for anything. There was more than enough probable cause to charge her. She had her day in court just like everybody else. She's been given due process and a quite rigorous defense. Like she literally can't sue she can't sue the cops, can't sue the DA, can't sue the judge. They're all immune. So I don't know how you think she's going to become a rich woman, but she's
maybe
not.
She can maybe sue the person that diagnosed her with colon cancer.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah. There's got to be a
Obviously was not
lawsuit
true.
there. Yeah.
The brain tumor.
Well, she'll need the extra cash for the civil suits.
No, it's not that I think that, Gary Glitter. It's that I know that like for a fact. I mean, even with the disorganized defensive case with less data that the Commonwealth put on the first time, 9 out of those 12 people found her to be responsible for John O'Keefe's death. 9 out of 12. And they didn't have the cell phone data or this new accident reconstructionist. And they had to listen to 87 civilian witnesses. It wasn't streamlined. I mean, yeah, she's not getting acquitted. And I know for a fact, I mean, look it up, prosecutorial immunity, judicial immunity, like these are real things. You can't sue. And I know there was abundant probable cause because her team tried 3 motions to dismiss at the Superior Court level, and every single one of them was denied. And they took some issues regarding, potential double jeopardy all the way up to the highest court in the land, and it was all denied. So, like, she was lawfully charged, and it has been upheld on literally every single court level that you could possibly get to in this country. So, and these are not things that I think, Gary Glitter. These are things that I know, and you should know too, but you're too stupid. And so I'm sorry for that for you.
I just like the taglines on his comments though. She's gonna be happy and rich, and you hate it. You guys hate it. I'm glad you think that. You hate it. It's just weird, man. It's a weird style, Gary Glitter.
She's gonna die of cirrhosis in her 50s. That's what's going to happen to Karen Reed. Like, regardless. I mean, she's a washed up, haggard drunk. I don't feel one way or the other about that, really. Yeah.
Yeah. Her health is not great. No, that is true.
If someone's like, she's still not going to prison. You don't know that, Sam T. Like, you don't know that right now. Because I'm telling you, like, I would put money on this. I would bet $100,000 right now. You probably don't have it, and I definitely don't. But if I thought that you did have it, I would make that bet with you so that I could have $100,000. That either she gets convicted or she has a hung jury again, but she will never get acquitted. Like, I know this.
I think by July 4th, she'll be scissoring in Framingham, MCI.
Yeah, and you are correct, Bobby Brum. She is not going to jail because she's facing prison time. Yeah.
I'll take the bet.
Okay, Sam T, you can email me. All right, ready for this? At therealkatepeter@outlook.com. And I want your full name. Mine is Catherine Peter. So I want your full name, and we'll docu-sign a document, and we will bet $10,000. You are betting $10,000 that she will be acquitted, and I am betting $10,000 that she will not be acquitted. That it will either be a conviction or a hung jury. $10,000, but you have to email me at therealkatepeter, no spaces, at outlook.com. Okay. Cool. Emails that I will not be receiving today, I guarantee. Because this guy doesn't mean it.
Oh man, there's the Glitter's got some meh vibes for sure. Big time.
Yes, we need it. We need it. Me and Sam T, we need a contract. I'm dead serious too. Like that is how confident I am that I will take Sam T's money happily. Or I will sue him if he doesn't pay up. That's why we need a contract.
Right.
Legally enforceable.
Very litigious. Sue everybody.
I am. I'm feeling very litigious
Yeah.
lately.
You love going to court. You love it. You're litigious, all about it. Oh no. That cut deep, Mr. Glitter. Meow.
You guys are so angry. Like,
every comment you write really
calm.
upsets me. I just want this guy to know I'm fucking really triggered. And everything he writes, or she, or whatever writes, it's driving me crazy. I can't handle it. I really hate it. And you really cut me down, man. I don't know what to say. I give up.
I mean, I think a lot of these people don't even believe anything about Karen Reed. They're just trolling. They have nothing in their lives, and they just like troll. I mean, that's what Turtle Boy does, basically. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's not like they care.
Gary, he doesn't like your mutton chops more.
I know, and this guy's brutal. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm waving the white flag. Okay, like you're cutting deep. I can't handle it. I'm kind of a sensitive guy. All right, everybody knows.
So, is it the judge that will decide her sentence?
Oh, you can put me on blast like that. So
I just wanted everybody to
my
see how
mutton
good you look in that picture. Because you look great, and so I just wanted everybody to see you.
I look like
You
I
know?
should have a television
Definitely.
show. That's what I look like.
I think so.
Like a reality show?
Yeah.
Where we have people
I was thinking more
lather
like
up in baby oil and fight.
A Canadian comedy show. I don't know. Nobody's aware of this guy. This is great. Oh shit.
I mean, I think that, you know, Bravo has a good story if they just went to Canton and, you know, hired all these people for a reality show. We could see the Real Housewives of Canton framing someone for murder.
Oh, man.
You know, on the other housewife shows, they just like talk shit about them. But in this case, they literally framed her for murder and put her away. Like that's really
Think
good
of all the
TV.
seasons you could have, right? All the backstories. It goes on forever, right?
Yeah, she's gonna appeal.
Local,
It's gonna keep going and going. She's gonna be in prison doing her scissor sister thing. I mean, it's gonna be
local
great.
town takeovers, select board takeovers. Like there's political drama going on. There's frame jobs. It's crazy. It's madness.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, I don't think that half of these people even know what's going on. I've seen on TikTok, I've just recently started watching more TikToks, but you know, somebody today, several people were like, gee, now that I'm watching this trial, I started out thinking she was framed and innocent, and now I think she did it. Like, and that's
Right.
how the rest of the world is looking at this, guys. That's what's happening because there's a lot of evidence that points directly to her, and all this white noise might confuse a couple, you know, knuckle draggers out there, but the majority of people, I mean, that cell phone data alone is pretty inassailable. Like, you know, I don't know how you get past that. You really can't, if you're honest.
Yeah, I mean, they can't even establish a motive or any other option at this point because it's like all the information, all the forensic evidence, everything is there.
Right. Right.
Like Higgins didn't get it in that night, so he, I don't even know, punched out our tail light.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Beat
It
him
was
with a
either that or some kind of freaky sex act prior, right? Who knows? He likes to do that driveway shuffle with her, and that was covered earlier. So maybe that's what happened.
I wonder if
It's
Higgins
crazy.
left. I always wonder that if he left like right away before they even got there.
I don't
Because
know.
he texted like, "Are you coming here?" He might have just like walked in and been like, "I'm not hanging out with all these kids," and like this family basically,
Right.
and like left. I mean,
Plus
I
they
would feel
leave
awkward in that
here, yeah.
situation. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I was like,
Uh-oh.
my
Dude,
Oh,
we've
okay.
been-
Hold on. We have changed
Yeah.
it. All right, we have changed it.
Yeah.
So somebody has informed us that. Oh, where is this comment? Go back here. Turtle Boy said that their theory is no longer that he got beat up in the house. It's just that they didn't investigate the suspects.
So Bowden.
Right.
Okay. I gotcha.
Their theory is no longer that he got beat up in the house. Okay, that's good.
So all these people that have been calling Albert a
Right.
murderer, Jen McCabe a murderer, like, do they feel bad? Are they going to apologize?
Hell no. They were doing the right thing. That's how they think about everything they do. They're in the right. It doesn't matter what they do, even if they're wrong and it was right.
I just find it
does not matter.
infuriating. Like I mean, I feel like Higgins and Albert can deal with it. Like they're cops. Like cops should get flack. Like, you know, but like Colin Albert and Jen McCabe, like and a lot of the other witnesses, I just feel like it's so ignorant. Like it's just like it's wild to me that people do that.
Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by some like really mean comments here. Is my house made of cardboard? It could be, but double ply, all right? Double ply. And I sound broke as fuck. I am, man. I've never said I got money. I don't make money doing any of this, so I got no money. It's just how it is. I found someone to put up with my nonsense. Yeah. I definitely, man.
Did Karen really flip the bird at Yuri today?
I mean, I doubt that she openly did that, but I'm sure that there's some photo flapping around.
Oh, probably.
Someone said that she was flicking her bean when those messages were being read.
Oh, bro.
Oh.
I mean, I felt like I needed a cigarette after that. Damn. Higgins is just so hot, and meaty.
Yep, he is.
And Karen's no
From
ass.
the same neighborhood.
Oh shit.
All right. Well, it's 4:39 on Friday, and we will be back Monday. But I think we've probably come as far as we can come for today on this case, and I'm going to kill the stream. I put the Discord link in, so certainly it's an open server, but you can join if you want. And yeah, that's it. All right. Bye, guys.
Have a good night.
All right. Later.